Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is DevTales, where we are going to be working on our SCAR system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. The system is designed for playing as Pokemon, Digimon, Monsters from Monster Hunter, and much more. We also have a Star Wars campaign going. The system is available for open playtest on our Discord as well as itch.io. Do go check it out and let us know what you think. We also have Wicked Whiskers down there in the bottom left working on some art, so you can enjoy watching that while we are discussing things. And in the upper left, we've got Plastic Duck Simulator, because ducks. Enough said. Oh, and one last thing. I am using the TF so transform me to your heart's content, everyone. Now then. Will you finally send me the frickin' document?
Everybody get hype.
It's
magic.
It's already in sort of.
Nice that we even got Enja here for this.
I know, right?
Magic Proposal Semi-Sane Edition. Alright.
The other ones were far less sane. Note there are two document tabs here. One is called Magic Mechanics, and the other is called Schools of Magic.
Well, I guess let's start with Magic Mechanics.
Yep. So, just for completeness sake, I went ahead and included the 3 different skills that were already, pre-lined out and mostly just copied over what they did. But just as a reminder for people in case they haven't looked at this in a while or haven't read it at all, Sagacity is a natural skill, which scales how efficient and effective you are at using magic. Specifically inside of combat, but it is also important for, outside of combat at times. Verbosity, that skill controls how many words you can string together in a single spell, equal to your effective skill rank in verbosity. So spells are comprised of words. That is what the traits are called, effectively. Then there's phonemics, which sets the maximum rank that traits on your words can be upgraded to. So that's what each of those skills sort of controls here. Then there's the mana pool. Your natural mana pool is equal to each of your magic skills added together, with the unit of measurement being a mote of mana. All of your expended motes return at the start of a new turn. Motes that have been burnt, however, only return on rests. On short rest, roll your combined magic skills if you wish to recover burnt motes. You recover equal to the amount of successes you roll. A botch will burn that many motes instead. On a full rest, simply recover all your burnt motes. Expending motes of mana. When you cast a spell, you expend motes equal to the combined mana cost of the words you have strung together. Expending a mote will result in it being unavailable until your next turn. Burning motes. Spells may have either individual words or the entire spell made stronger at the cost of burning motes. Going through those basics before continuing, how are we feeling about that so far? With this being the underlying base.
Just looking
Sounds
over
fine
it
to me.
again here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Growlithe.
Ruffles the Growlithe.
Sounds alright. Though, we might want to consider, instead of the, all of the expended motes returning, we might want to consider only some, but that'll be something for playtest.
Yeah. Part of the balancing was making it so that way using an expended version of a thing where you just expend it instead of burning it. They aren't quite as impactful as other things. Usually. It's like the equivalent of cantripping something.
Kuroi, we're
But
not
yeah,
actually...
we can definitely...
Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, but yeah, we can consider making it so that way, only part of it returns. It's just, at base, I kind of want people to use it anyway, and letting them actually play around with spells.
Yeah.
A whole lot of this is going to be unbalanced anyway, in either direction, where some stuff is going to be really good, some stuff is going to accidentally be garbage. So... a lot of this is going to be the equivalency of when we made moves for the first time, and some of that shit was ridiculous. Like how we had crit chance affect accuracy and damage and skill checks.
Oh.
Yeah, that's stuff that will be taken care of with playtest.
Yep, which is why, important for playtest.
Yep.
But, Kuroi, we're not actually reworking anything tonight. We're going through the new magic system. Or at least the starts of it.
Yep. The baselines. It's got a lot more work that needs to be done on it, but this is enough to work.
One thing I see is that there's already a little bit of a thing where if all of your expended motes return at the start of a new turn, the part where it says expending a mote will result in being unavailable until your next turn. It basically just nullifies that.
What?
What?
How?
It's more of a, it just repeats it. That's what it is.
It's basically it's untapping your mana at the beginning of your turn in Magic.
Yeah, kind of like that. But if you don't use it, you would still have it available for things like reactions, attacks of opportunity, held actions, all that kind of stuff.
But anyways.
Yeah. So on to the next thing, which is about vessels and catalysts, which each have their own nice little sections here. So vessels. The intention of vessels are to expand someone's natural mote capacity to expand and extend their capabilities. It's not uncommon for longer and more powerful spells to outstrip all but the most specialized caster's mana pool, so having a vessel is an important tool. Vessels do not recharge automatically at the start of your turn, though more specialized ones may slowly naturally regenerate motes. Instead, you may store motes in your vessel for later up to its mote capacity. Vessels can also take the cost of burning motes, but they do not naturally recover this burnt mana, instead taking durability damage equal to the amount of mana they burn. This does run the risk of fully destroying your vessel. You may only have one vessel at a time, and you may attune to a new one during a rest. The exact amount for this, I have some napkin math stuff, but I didn't want to fully design the system until this stuff got approved for the numbers and all that. Catalysts. A catalyst is another tool that can help an aspiring magic caster with their craft. This is because a catalyst is the first to take the brunt of any miscast that the caster may experience, and they may be imbued with words of their own that they may contribute to spells at no cost. These imbued words are generally not very strong, and may not be applicable to all spells the caster uses, but for a more specialized approach they can greatly help even a more experienced caster. There are two types of catalysts that may be made, temporary and permanent. A temporary catalyst is intended for a one-time use of its imbued word, after which it crumbles or is somehow rendered inert. They will still protect the user from a miscast, but it may not be sufficient to take all the consequences. In return, they offer additional flexibility and power to spells while they last. Temporary catalysts do not require an attunement time. Think something like spell scrolls. You use the scroll, it does its thing, disappears, or burns up or is rendered inert, however you want to play that.
Yeah.
A permanent catalyst is intended for repeat use, providing its imbued word to the caster so long as it lasts. They will protect a user from a miscast, even one that has a large amount of power behind it. However, it is almost impossible to change the imbued word of a permanent catalyst, even with upgrading it being a large undertaking. permanent catalyst may be attuned to during a rest. So that one is, think like, your wizarding staff or orb or this
Wand or such.
Yeah, it has an effect. Like, let's say you don't want to constantly be supplying the motes and all that for a range word, so you get a wand that has range on it, so you can spell sling all your spells at range without having to constantly include that word. But if you ever lose that, or it gets broken or taken from you or anything, congratulations, you aren't gonna be, you don't have that available anymore. If it snaps because it, protected you from some extreme backlash or whatever. Speaking of miscast, botches. When botching a spell, the caster will receive damage equal to the amount of motes spent on the spell, both burnt and expended. The spell is considered to be used, so they'll lose that amount of mana as well. It bypasses integrity, it just straight up basically mana burns you for botching. This may be, very little at, using lower level spells, but if you're basically trying to cast, some sort of permanent, buff spell and you botch that, you might actually just accidentally kill yourself if you don't have a catalyst.
Oof. The classic wizard exploding.
Yeah, basically, if you're going to do dumb shit, try and have a catalyst. And spell level. This is important for some things. A spell's level is equal to the highest tier of the words that comprise the spell. How are we feeling about all of this stuff?
This is all looking good.
Makes sense to me.
Yep. Obviously, catalyst and vessels will be. I'll write down the numbers for their tiers and all that in a bit. Now that they're actually approved conceptually, but they, it's literally the vessels are just moat capacity storage, and catalysts are basically just I provide a small benefit and protect you from your dumb decisions.
I'm your idiot protection. I'm
Yep.
your antivirus.
Yep. Which means that both of these, for instance, neither of these are required to do magic. You could do magic without any of this, but it's kind of recommended. There's no real downside unless you become overly reliant on a catalyst or vessel and then find out, oh no, if I'm missing them, I made all of my stuff too expensive. But moving on to the interesting section here. The Schools of Magic tab. For a lot of this, I didn't actually end up making a bunch of distinct type effects. Instead, for now at least, I'm basically making it so that way, different words, if you supply that type of mana, it will have that type. And, let's say you have affinity with every single word in a type, then you get the same type of affinity bonus. You just get -1 difficulty on using it.
All
But
right.
that's also because I was going to try and think about things, but then I ran into the issue of how do I make it so that way it doesn't, nudge and force different types into playing with a certain type of magic, and instead keeping it generalist, and then that was a headache, and then I got busy. But, starting off with Necromancy. The first spell is called Arise, the expend version. There is going to be a very common theme you'll see here, which is TX, X equals tier. So basically, you replace X anywhere in this description of whatever tier of that word you have it at. So let's say you have it at tier 2, you replace X with 2. If you're casting it tier 6 because, you have it at tier 5 and you have a specialty for it, then you replace it with 6. So Arise. It costs X times 3 motes. Creates an undead minion for X minutes. Requires a corpse to animate. A risen minion has defensive stats equal to X and MHP equal to X times 3. May have a total amount of arisen minions from this word equal to X. So, you can't just, infinitely spam it, because, the whole mana regeneration means that for a lot of these, if you only use the expend version, it's cantripping. You can cast it as much as you want, technically. So you can't, resurrect infinite minions, but you can have a gaggle of minions around. And if you buy the same word more than once, let's say you have 2 different arise words, each of those track this separately. So if you want to be Master Necromancer going around making armies of undead, just buy this word multiple times. Each of them has its own limit. Then there's the burn version. Go ahead.
I think for this, instead of doing it for X minutes, let's just say that it locks away those motes. And then when you release the motes is when they crumble.
Sure, but that also does make it complicated about how to do the burn version.
Alright, well, let's hear the burn version.
I guess. Yeah. So the burn version has the same cost. You burn X times 3 motes. Creates an undead minion for X times 2 hours. Requires a corpse to animate. A risen minion has defensive stats equal to X times 2 and MHP equal to X times 4. May have a total amount of risen minions from this word equal to X. So I guess we could make it so that way when it's destroyed, the motes aren't returned and are instead burned.
That might be a good idea. Yeah. Because, they already have better stats, so... But this is my thoughts on it. What are your guys's? Tal and Era and such?
I mean, there are ways to make spell effects permanent. So, something having a duration of, X minutes, if you apply, a permanence to it, which is expensive, but you can do it. You can just have these wandering around. And if it locks it away instead, that also means that, you don't have... Even if you make a permanent minion like this, it still locks away the motes, and I don't know if you want to do that or not.
I would leave it as a timed thing, honestly.
I would say that it's... if you make it permanent, then the motes are not locked away. But otherwise, that's my opinion on it, is don't bother with time. They just last as long as you maintain the motes.
Yeah. To note, this does not expend the corpse. So you could just reanimate it again. But yeah, we can do that. It's an undead minion. Emotes spent on this word. Main unavailable. Yeah, available until this minion
Destroyed and or dismissed.
Is destroyed or dismissed. So I misspelled things.
Do we want these minions to act as per the rules of a baseline companion?
I would say no. I think they should be more simplified than that.
Yeah, which is why I did the defensive stats equal to X and MHP equal to X times 3.
Yeah.
For instance.
They should be
that
more
way,
throwaway,
it continues to scale. It continues to scale.
Yeah. And when you make it when you make it permanent, with the permanent word, which I assume there is one, that's when you can turn it into that's when it becomes a companion.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make
Because-
sure, because somebody out there is going to try and keep an animated skeleton around named Bone Jangles or something.
Well, yeah.
So a lot of these don't have defined results when you combine them, because the purpose of the magic is to combine words in a way that you get your desired result.
Yeah, it's intended
Like-
to be more freeform, so you and your storyteller can hash out what actually will happen from combining them. But we can put in some notes like, hey, they last until you dismiss them, or you make it permanent, and when it's permanent, you could consider making it a companion instead, so it has better stats.
Yeah. Next up is called Puppeteer. Really cheap, only cost X motes. Expend version is command an undead to perform X actions. Intelligent undead get a save at -2 difficulty. Undead under someone else's puppeteer effect will get a save using the current controller's stats. Action complexity rises with each word rank. So, like, an example like that I had in my mind of this is that, like, at rank 1, the most you could do is, like, you know, for instance, give a puppeteer command of attack. But, like, you know, as you level it, you become better at puppeting the undead, and you get to give them more and more complex actions, commands, things like that. The burn version just triples the amount of actions that you get to, you know, give the puppet or the undead. Because this thing only costs X motes, it's really cheap actually.
So this is intended... So I'm guessing that it's got two purposes, mainly. With a rise, you command your... You use Puppeteer to actually command your minions that you've raised from with a rise. And then it looks like you can also attempt to take over control of other undead.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
So, because, like, you know, technically speaking, minions that you put up with a rise can do things by themselves, but it's not going to be, like, anything useful or, like, complicated too much. Like, if you raise them up in the middle of the fight, they're naturally just gonna, like, try and fight the things around it. But if you want to direct them, like, you know, attack that one, for instance, like, give them a command to attack a specific individual, what you can do is combine the puppeteer with the arise word, and when they're arisen, they already have that command installed. Which is also partially why it's so cheap.
Yeah. I'd probably say that with the, like, when you raise them up, they will only do defense. Like, if something attacks them, they will defend themselves, but otherwise, they won't do anything without the puppeteer.
Yeah, that's fine. Next up is Lifesteal, which I wanted to take in a slightly different direction. We might want to consider changing these numbers slightly, up to 25 and 50, but I kind of had it in my head it'd be neat if spells were really good at Lifesteal. With the idea being that, first of all, it's actual literal magic.
And a pretty big trope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Like, magic is kind of known for this. So, you know, if it's cheap, it does cost power cap. Oh, I forgot to go over something important. I forgot to write that down. What I had in mind for magic in total is because we wanted it to be less good at just dealing direct damage, but we wanted it to have really good utility.
Yes.
I was thinking, what if it treats your character as being 1 character tier higher for attribute level for XP cap, but 1 lower for power cap. How are we feeling about something like that?
That's an interesting take. I'm not against it. I want to see it play tested, but I'm actually
Well-
kind of for that.
The question there is, like, where would XP cap come into play on this?
So, after, I get the effects themselves approved and we finish making whatever, changes we want to make to them, each of these words are going to have an XP cost associated with them as well in order to get them and, like, level them up.
Yes.
In order to actually obtain the words. And when you string together a spell out of the words, each of the words will have an XP contribution that they're giving. Like, the power word is going to be 5 XP and then 5 XP per time you level it up, because we want that to be, like, gold standard stays the same. So, for instance, if you put in a tier 3 power word, it will cost 3 power cap, 3 motes, and 15 XP towards the spell.
Well, what I'm getting at is these spells are supposed to be more free, or at least my original plan with them was that they would be freeform. So in the moment, you can decide what you are putting together. So the issue with the XP cap is, are we going to have them actually have to sit there and be like, okay, so I'm putting in power 3, that's 15 XP. I'm putting in lifesteal, that's 20 XP. That would slow down combat even more than what I was originally proposing, with them being able to string together what they want at the moment.
That is true, actually.
Yeah, that's
that'd be people doing mathematics in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So
When I think about doing it, it's fine, but then I think about everybody else and go, oh, wait.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say, for me, like, I was just like, oh yeah, I do that take like 10 seconds, maybe.
yeah, but we're kind of more experienced, and
Yeah, fair enough.
we tend to have our turn planned out ahead of time, provided
Well, we
things
do-
don't change in the moment and all that. But a lot of people, their turn comes up and they're sitting there like, okay, so I'm gonna do this, and then oh no, actually do this. Sorry, I'm calling out some of you, but you know who you are. You know you do it.
In that case, yeah, I think we could probably get rid of the XP cap thing, but I still think that it's good if the power cap, you treat it as if you're 1 character tier lower.
That'd be fine. Anyways, we got a word limit, don't we? To how many
Yes.
skill points you basically have?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
between
There's a word
those two
limit.
limiters, it should be fine.
Yeah, so
Because
there's
this will
technically
force
3
them to
limits.
refill a turn.
Because there's 3 limits. There's the word limit, there's however many motes you have left to spend, and there's power cap. Because obviously, if you can't pay for a spell, how you casting it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good with power cap.
you might
but I'm
have
good.
it. You might.
I am good with power cap. I feel like we already came up with a suggestion on that. I don't know where I wrote it down, but I think it's in that.
Yeah,
section.
so it was in the document, and all it said was like, capping out at like 15 or whatever. But that didn't take into account full action spells, standard action spells, quick action spells, if we want to do those, and any of that.
There was a way we got to that calculation, but I don't remember it.
15 maximum is the natural amount of all 3 skills added together.
Okay. Well, I'm good with doing power cap 1 lower. We can go with that.
Yeah. It's simple, it's easier to remember, and it still scales appropriately with everyone else.
Yeah. But yeah, power cap's good, and we've got other limits like we were saying, so I think we're
Yeah.
okay on
Plus-
the other stuff.
Yeah. Plus, important for this sort of stuff is sometimes it'll cost a flat amount like this, where it's just cost 2 power cap, and other times with power it'll be cost X, or maybe X times 2. But you know. Next up, repose.
Which, by the way, we are absolutely going to be just doing the X in the document.
I figured. That's why I
Yeah.
started out by writing tiers 1 through 5, and then writing a 4th thing for, or a 6th thing for if it goes beyond it. And I'm just like, fuck doing this. I'm just writing this TXX equals tier. Screw it.
So apologies ahead of time to all of you out there, but I'm putting the alphabet into your math problems in the document. You can curse me all you want, but I'm not writing it out the same line 5 times.
6 times, because you'd have to include the X anyway for if it goes beyond.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because, you could get a specialty for a word, and the verbosity would, or not verbosity, the phonemics would go up by 1 effectively with that, so you could have up to like a tier 6 repose, for instance.
Well, technically you could get to tier 7 if you get to attribute 30 and get that feature that lets you go one beyond.
Well, there's that, and then there's mastering specialties, so you could get a specialty for a school of magic eventually, maybe. You could get a mastered specialty for a specific word. So, legitimately, you can get up to double-digit amounts for some of these, but at that point, you are like a fucking Grand Master Wizard. I am, like, bawling out.
Well, it's more...
I cast tier 10 spell.
When you get to that point, you're not only just that, but also you are freaking... I am hyper-specialized. I do one thing, but I will roast you to dust with that one thing.
Yeah, so have fun making fun of me when I cast a tier 10 lingering spell and put 30 dot on you in a single spell. Get fucked, die. Anyway, repose. Expend. Costs X times 3 emotes. Applies repose X to a target for the next X minutes. Repose prevents a rise and resurrection equal or lower than its level from affecting the target. The burn version is supposed to be repose X times 2. Burn version applies repose X times 2 for the to a target for the next X days. Repose prevents a rise and resurrection equal or lower than its level from affecting the target. Basically, the expend version, it's really good for in the middle of a fight, like let's say you're going against a necromancer or whatever, because there's nothing stopping them from rising up the minions again with an arise word. You just repose them, and now all of a sudden, Mr. Necromancer over there can't just infinitely revive his minions so long as you don't kill him.
Did we want to make the same change we made earlier and remove minutes and apply it or change it to when you let it or dismiss it?
We can.
For consistency, or did we want to leave this one as time?
I prefer to have the consistency, but thinking on it with this, perhaps what we do instead is when you're casting it, you can choose to have it either last for X amount of minutes, or you can hold the motes and keep it going as long as you're holding those motes. And I think we should do that with the Arise as well.
Cost. So both options.
Yeah, you can choose one or the other, and we can do that on
hold
Arise
the
as
motes,
well.
not have a duration. I'll write that.
Updates that.
Because the benefit of holding it is you don't have to keep recasting it when it runs out. but it does lock it away.
So I went ahead and changed it back to curates an undead minion for X minutes, and then at the end I put can instead hold the motes to not have a duration.
Yeah, that's what we'll do for all of them, I think. And then, of course, permanency just means it just lasts forever.
Yeah. Also, unsurprisingly, permanency is very fucking expensive at 15. Who'da thunk it? If you by yourself could cast permanency with another word, with no assistance, no vessel, no catalyst, you are a fucking master wizard at that point. Because that requires you have a moat capacity of at least 16. Double digit effects are pretty rare, though.
So, where are we?
Well, Era just stepped away for a second, so
Right.
stop talking.
Sorry, I was messaging with
But
Whiskers
anyway,
for a moment.
Yep. Anyway, I think you can see what the sort of trend is here for a lot of these
Oh, yeah.
I'm liking
when
it
it
so
comes
far.
to
By the
the
way,
expend versus burn version.
I have wireless headphones. You guys can keep coming. I have done that to people, Epic. That is a legitimate use of permanency. Congratulations, you're pink.
All right.
I'm back.
Anyway, repose. The burn version just changes it to X times 2 for the repose level for the next X days. So basically, like, you know, a single priest in a graveyard. So long as, like, you know, when I say priest, like obviously like a magic using priest, can lock down most of a graveyard for ever, so long as they're alive to maintain it. If they get like an AoE effect and just, like, you know, turn the entire graveyard into like repose 8 corpses, makes it kind of hard.
Those
Or
dang
otherwise just like, you know,
necromancers,
permanency, but you know.
those dang necromancers coming to my graveyard, trying to raise my
Also,
bodies.
Ducks, the answer is obviously whatever I give you.
Alright. We've got a lot to get through, though. This thing's 41
We do, yeah.
pages long,
Resurrect.
so...
Yep.
Yeah, there's a lot to go through. Resurrect costs 10 motes. Resurrect someone who has been dead for X minutes or less. Unwilling creatures get a chance to resist. Check to overcome an unwilling individual is made at 10 minus X difficulty. The burn version changes it to days. Not much of a difference between them, but it's just that.
What do you mean by 10 minus X difficulty?
So if they're unwilling and you cast it as a first tier resurrection, it's at 9 difficulty. If you cast it at level 3 and they're unwilling, it's 7 difficulty.
Yeah, that works.
If you're a god, you can just make them rise no matter what.
Yeah, and if you're you know, if you're sitting there and you spend like a fucking, if you basically like ritual cast a 100 motes into a tier 10 resurrection spell as a resurrection specialist, congratulations, they don't get to resist. Well, I guess they do, but like you literally all of your dice are automatically successes, I guess. Equivalency. Except for ones. But yeah, the burn version just changes it into days, so you can resurrect someone who's been dead for a few days. There might be like specialized upgraded versions that are rare that let you like go back years or decades or centuries or millennia, yada yada yada. But for the naturally available version, I think being able to resurrect within days is perfectly fine for a burn version.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yep. Consume corpse, because I refuse to make a necromancy tree that doesn't have the equivalency of a fucking corpse bomb. It's just a way to raise your power cap. It's also useful when doing rituals because just yeet corpses into it and now your ritual actually deals damage.
Just pile up a whole bunch of bodies in a circle and just be like, hey, BBEG, could you come here for a moment?
These are all my dead party
real
members.
quick,
Now I got the headcanon. What's that? Bring out your dead. Some adventure doing that. Bring out your dead. Ding, ding, ding. Throwing them in the cart, go to the BBG. Yeah, these are all the people that died because of you. So about that, consume corpse. Maximize spell.
burn version, consume corpse, magnitude the fuck out of it. Like, just corpse bomb to hell. But like, it's necromancy trees need a corpse bomb in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Yep.
So yeah, there it is. The expend version lets you, consume a single corpse for X divided by 2 power cap raise. Which at tier 4, that puts you, for instance, for a standard action spell, that puts you at the same number that you would have been at with like a move. However, for the burn version, congratulations, that can go nuclear pretty fast so long as you have the power to supply it. In terms of motes and power words.
And bodies.
Yep. Automancy, there wasn't too much that was already made out for this, and I couldn't really think too much with this because it just felt like
Automatons.
necromancy, but automatons instead. And so I was like looking at this, and I'm just like, what do we want to do with this? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to do with this school.
That is a good point. I think it is definitely going to have a lot of crossover with necromancy. However, you're right that it is for inanimate objects.
Yeah.
I think one thing that we could put in...
I could just kind of...
Yeah. A lot of it just copy over. That's fine.
Yeah.
Change the name, same effects.
Change the name, change the description of what it can target, the call, yada yada.
Yeah. One other thing that we could put in is something along the lines of just animate object. Like there's the full animate one that will require, that would be a proper like golem body. But then there's also the option of, that fire poker over there, it's now moving on its own, and it's going right up your bunghole. The drawstring for the blinds, that's strangling you now.
Yeah. But, like, what I was looking at, like, a lot of this, I'm just, like, looking at what's even available for, like, this school, and I'm like, it's just, alternate necromancy for a lot of this. So, like, a lot of this I could just copy over from necromancy, so I just didn't do much with it. But yeah, that sort of stuff is definitely things that we could include with this.
I guess make a little note
Elemental
for that.
is
For the small
Yeah.
objects, so we can get that put in there later, so we don't forget.
What's the note?
objects.
Small objects, animation of some form.
Raharu, I'm not sure how many notes we're actually going to need for you to take tonight. Most of this
Okay,
will be
fair
in
enough.
this dedicated. So if you do need to go or anything, you can.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
just
fair
kind
enough.
of chat about this.
Oh, we welcome you,
Fair enough.
Stan.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just be here playing Karma and just hanging out with you guys then.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right, elementalism, which is going to have some interesting damn things in it. So first of all, affinity type, just costs X motes, causes X other words in the spell to have this word's affinity. So you could choose like fire affinity, and you just spend some motes. And even if, let's say, you don't have like typed motes in order to, sit there and have this or that, and you really want to cast a fire spell instead, you just use this and it converts the word into like the entire spell eventually into fires, as long as you have it, high enough expend. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff.
You use this with Arise, and now you've just got a zombie that's on fire. Yes, please.
Yes.
Yep.
That's why I went.
Fire zombie.
Even though it's simple, this is more than enough.
Oh yeah.
You now have a fire type
Yep.
zombie, or a zombie on fire, or
Or an animated grenade that's on fire chasing somebody down a field.
yeah,
I like this.
it's literally just a thing where like it's simple, but you get what you put into it.
Oh, the creativity of this.
It'd be really funny. Yeah, it'll be really funny the first time someone uses like this with electricity on an animate thing on someone's armor. So now they're wearing animated electrified armor.
Probably should put in a
Anyway,
very
magnitude.
difficult thing for animating stuff that is actively equipped or being wielded, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
we
But
are
that does bring up the animate the turkey you just ate joke again.
we are 5 pages in, and my brain is just going wild with ideas.
This is why I said why I thought I did a pretty damn good job with it, even if it's not technically done. There's more than enough here to do shit.
Trust me, Zim, I'm already thinking Thales. Thales is going to be ditching a lot of moves in a couple of feats.
Yep. Magnitude. This is a funny one. Expend cost X times 3 motes, increases the effective word level of X other words in this spell by 1. Costs additional motes equal to the most expensive mote cost of your words upgraded. This is how you upcast your spells.
Without burning.
It's more
The
expensive,
burn
but if you
version.
need that power 5 right now, there it is.
Yep. And burn does the same damn thing, except it upgrades it by 2. But it doesn't increase the cost or anything. You just get plus 2 instead. Well, obviously, purchasing this word's going to have a pretty high XP cost. Even though the mote cost isn't the highest by itself, it's going to be an expensive word. But congratulations, this is how you upcast.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that based on its verbiage, you can't make or use this as a level 1 mote to empower another level 1 mote or spell into a level 2. It has to be a level 2 word making a level 1 spell into a level 2 spell, correct?
No, you can keep this as a level 1, but the thing is you can only change 1 word then.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's the amount of words that you get that you can up by
Yeah.
a certain amount. Got it.
So if you cast
That
this
makes more
as a
sense.
tier 5, you can upcast like 5 other words in the spell. You can fucking maximize this shit and send it to the moon. On the other hand, you still have to pay a lot of mana for it, and also don't fuck up.
Yeah, it's a maximize spell, basically,
It's a
as
maximize,
a
yeah.
spell, which the way it
Yeah.
should have been.
Yeah. Because this also, again, takes up a word in your spell.
Yep.
So you're basically exchanging having other effects for, I'm going to make this one, or these effects go fucking crazy. Anyway, Upheaval. This one I love. This is my baby. This is the one that I think I was the most creative with.
Ah, that's the one you sent earlier,
description,
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the expend version just creates difficult terrain at spell location for X rounds. This is one of the first ones I made, so I wrote if AoE applies to entire AoE. That doesn't need to be there.
No, but we should make sure to add on that tagline that we've been added, or until you give up the blah. Or motes stay expended until you let it go, otherwise.
Yeah. Well, because the other thing also is the burn version does some funny things. Creates difficult terrain at the spell location and the area X times 20 feet above it for X rounds. May make an attempt to launch anyone or anything inside up with a knock-up rating of X times 20 feet. If AoE applies to entire AoE entities launched up, do not fall until the duration ends.
So it sounds fun. My concern is that feels broken as hell.
Yeah, maybe. But also, if you instantly do it, you basically, in order to have it actually deal appreciable fall damage, you have to launch them up pretty high, which means you have to burn motes for a higher level version. And obviously, they have time to try and respond to it.
Fair. Ooh.
But also,
don't
if they
get
don't
those
have a way of
benefits
dealing
back.
with this at all, then also, it's basically timeout for the next while, and then they fall.
Something that ADHD brain just brought to me. For these ones that where they can concentrate on it, we should probably put in rules for that.
Yeah, so for some of these, later on I started putting so long as, concentrating or whatever. This is definitely one that should have had requires concentration. So we do need rules for that, but it's...
We can sideline those rules and come up with
I'm just pointing that out that would
what
also...
I'm going to say is
That would apply to the ones earlier where we were saying that they can hold the motes to not have a duration. That would also be concentration.
Fair enough. The thing that I was just going to point out is that we already do kind of have rules in the system for it, which is the old rules for like auras and stuff, and some other effects of having to spend a quick action to maintain. And that also means we automatically have feat support, considering we have a feat out there already that makes it so that way you get a free quick action you can do every turn for the express and sole purpose of maintaining effects. So we have concentration be a quick action. And then, maybe having to make a roll if they take damage. With the SR being the amount of damage they took. Is that what we want to do?
Okay, I got a little lost there.
Alright, concentration. Make it so that way, on your turn to maintain concentration, you have to spend a quick action. If you take damage, you need to roll a concentration check. There was a skill that briefly mentioned being used for concentration. I think it was Sagacity. That you would have to roll a check to maintain concentration with the SR being the amount of damage you took. How does that sound?
Yeah, sounds good. I'd say throw that
Alright,
into
cool.
the magic mechanics tab.
Already doing it.
I don't think we're going to require a quick action to maintain, though.
We already have rules in place for things about quick action being the maintain effects, and a feat specifically for maintaining effects with a free quick action every turn.
Well, that one can be changed because that one was when we had auras requiring quick actions to maintain, and we got rid of that mechanic. And I would say we don't...
I still want that in there, considering...
What I would suggest is instead it allows you to maintain more things that you're concentrating on.
I don't really... I mean, I get that, but also it's nice for other things. For example, flying move speed. If you don't take a movement action, you still need to spend a quick action to maintain your height.
Yep.
So considering that's a maintenance effect, that also is valid for that feat, for example.
We also don't have to restrict how many spells a person can be concentrating on at once.
You know, true. I can just...
We can make it so that way concentrating on more than one spell just gives +1 difficulty for each spell you're concentrating on maintaining it.
Like, if you take damage, it's more difficult to maintain them all.
Yep.
Yes. But that way I would suggest leaving the quick action, that especially since there's already feat support, because then you're taking the time to continue your chanting or whatever you're doing to maintain it as is. And that would be representative of that.
We can just put in a note saying that a single quick action counts for all spells you're maintaining concentration on.
Which, ooh boy, I can't wait to see all the control mages come out of the woodwork and start doing wiggity woo with that nonsense.
How we feel about
I
that?
think overall that's a good trade-off. Zim?
Sorry, I was looking at what Tal was writing.
It's fine.
And hello there, Hydra.
Oh, hi, Hydra. I was teasing Epic about putting a collar on him, and then at some point in time, he dared me to ask his partners if permission to collar him. He might be entering my horde. I might be keeping the fluffy, adorable little one. With consent, of course. But you're here, so I don't have to poke you later now. Lol. TLDR. I was teasing Epic because they are cute and threatening to keep the fluffy boy because they are cute and teasing to collar the fluffy boy. And then when the discussion went along, at some point he dared me to do it. And before I do it, I've got to ask the partners for consent.
It does say in the thing already, Sagacity is rolled for maintaining concentration on a spell. So
we're good there then.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate you allowing me to do this. I did dare you to dare me because you said you wouldn't dare me, and then I said do it, and then you did because you're a good boy. Welcome to the Horde, Epic.
Yay, friends!
That looking good?
I feel like mine should be soul, but otherwise, yes.
I thought for magic we wanted it to be more mind focused, while martial arts would be more body focused.
You know, you're right. Carry on.
I could see. I was gonna say I could see it going either way.
Yeah. I based it off of that in particular because of that. I mean, I'm also fine if we just label it as attribute, but like we wanted this to be more mind focused, while martial arts is more body focused. So I just kind of defaulted to mind.
Alternatively, an alternative idea that I'll toss out here. Magic could be based on willpower, and might can be based on vigor.
I mean, maybe, but we also kind of wanted to limit the amount of things that scaled off of those in particular. And if we want them to be mainline systems, that means we're going back on that a bit. Which, like, I guess I'm fine with, but I want that to be... us to be aware of that, considering we declared them to be secondary attributes that don't scale things, generally, besides, like, some very rare things.
Fair. It was just, random idea that popped in that I was thinking of. Because we currently have a lot of things that go off of the body, mind, and soul. So I was thinking maybe give the other two actual roles to them. Because we don't have much where they involve rolling.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like trying to resist poison in particular is like a vigor roll.
Yeah, but I think that's like the only thing. What are
I know
your
I've
thoughts,
made
Sarah?
people roll willpower before, but
I'm definitely not against the idea, but as Taldarius said, there was a previous precedent. We are free to change precedents, though.
I say let's go ahead and base it on willpower for now, see how it feels in practice, and then we can change it later. Because people are able to modify things as they want, so...
Bailey's is
yeah,
going
I mean,
through
like,
a
if people,
major
if
change.
someone asked me, hey, can I use mind instead of willpower, I would probably say yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Same thing with soul, honestly. If a mage was just like, can I use soul instead, I'd probably say yes.
Yeah. To be fair, if legitimately with our system, we kind of made it so that way if someone asks, hey, can I change this? The answer is, unless it's like egregious, is probably yes, and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Like, legitimately, you could have magic scale off of body as well, and it would be fine.
So maybe, like, have it set as a certain attribute for her character?
Maybe, but it's probably better if we have, like, a mainline stat for it. It's just also, like, I'm just bringing up, like, because of our customizability, like, precedent.
Yeah. Per the rules as written, currently it's going to go off of specifically willpower, but later on, if you make a character and you want them to cast specifically by soul, we're not saying that you can't do that. We're just saying ask your ST first.
Yep.
Yes, sealed will
also,
apply to spells.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just that when we made the sealed condition, we only had moves. So.
Yep. I see what that means now. I was confused.
Considering that sealed, we don't even need to update sealed at all right now, I guess, technically.
No.
It
should function right off the bat.
I still need to write out the detail or the full description, but yeah.
Yeah, which that's another thing I guess that we could add to the list of we made it and then moved on and haven't got it finished. But actually, fun fact, sealed is actually going to be one of the main magic counters, considering, you're literally saying words, so if you're silenced, you better have one particular word trait you're able to cast. Currently, I guess.
that sealed or whatnot
But-
will basically shut down any caster. But
But moving on, concentration. We've determined that concentration, how it's going to work.
yep,
Alright, so off to Wave.
back to your baby.
Pat the Raharu.
Yep, wave.
Wait.
Expend version. Costs X motes. Anything caught along with the spell's path is hit with knockback X times 5 feet. So, just knockback. It's just the knockback trait. It's cheap, does that. The burn version makes it so that way, however much they aren't knocked back by, either by 1 resisting or 2 running into something, any entity inside of it will get damaged by the amount of knockback they weren't moved by divided by 5. So, for instance, if you get hit with something with knockback 20, you move back 5 feet, but there's still 15 feet remaining because, you hit a wall, you take 3 damage. Which I'll probably also say. Should that be? You can completely negate it, but by just being moved back. But how are we feeling about that?
I already read over this, so I have no additional to it. I'm worried it might be a little bit on the cheap side.
That's fair. We can change it to 2, but the other thing is that I wasn't sure if we wanted to vary the mote cost between expend and burn.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Yeah. I just
So
feel
long as
it
we're
needs,
okay with that.
Yeah, it just feels like with knockback, it should be a little bit more expensive because knockback's one of those things that if you use very well.
I just also the base version, in order to get any appreciable good knockback, it's going to be expensive already in mote cost. Because the conversion rate is 5 feet of knockback per mote you spend. Which is good and all, but that also means as a tier 4 reward, the expend version is only knockback 20 feet.
Yeah. Still, knockback is one of those more powerful things that people don't realize how powerful they are until somebody's standing on a cliff and you can blow them back.
Well, yeah, but that's they're getting environmental at that point, and if you're getting environmental, congratulations. I want to reward you anyway.
I'll also point out that the knockback, if you are knocking them back into something like off a cliff or such, they do have an easier time resisting you then.
Yeah, they do get a save, and it's at -1 difficulty.
Okay.
But again, that can still, in fact, just unexist some poor bastard. Fueled. I didn't write anything for this. I wanted to consider it, but also I wasn't sure if we really wanted to just open this up like this.
I mean, we already have consumed corpse, so you could
Yeah, I basically
replicate
just have
that, except change. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say just change it from corpse to a named item or object.
Yeah, I could make it
I,
consume component, but
considering that it is under the elementalism tree, I would say that you can consume some form of relevant type energy to make it more powerful. So it would probably
AKA
be
water
make
mage is right in the ocean, but not in the desert.
yeah,
so consume type.
exactly. You get you got a torch there. You could use the fire from the torch, put the torch out, but you're adding some extra power from that. What the effects that would give would be something that we would need to leave up to the storyteller for them to determine how much you're getting for what's available.
Yeah, I can... There's things that I can napkin out to make this, like, work like that, but I just wanted to make sure we even wanted to open up that one before. Because this is a complicated one anyway.
Yeah, I'm good with adding
It
that.
does, but I think it's a...
I do prefer the fueled term or something along those lines as opposed to consume, just to differentiate it from the corpse.
Yeah, fair. All right. Next up is power, the basic bitch one that I obviously started with. You can tell because it had some of the old version that I forgot to change. Anyway, base version is literally just consume. You cost X motes. Adds X power to spell. Cost X power cap. Simple as.
Yep.
The burn version is very efficient, but also you got to remember that they kind of have like a really low power cap in comparison anyway, so this kind of just generally gets them up to the power cap. Which is cost X motes, adds 3 I broke my little thing there. X times 3 power to the spell, adds X guaranteed damage to the spell, cost X times 3 power cap. So basically the guaranteed damage is free in terms of power cap. But usually this is only mostly useful to fill out the power on a spell if you only want to use one word with power, or you're building up to something. Because, like, for instance, the consume corpse up there, that doesn't provide any power. It just raises the power cap. So you got to fill that out somehow. This also does technically mean that if you really want to burn through all your mana, because that guaranteed damage doesn't cost, power cap, it's technically, like, more power cap efficient than other things, but, like, you're burning
Make your
mana
one
for it,
hit
so it's
count.
allowed to be a little bit better. I rambled a bit on that, but we good on that?
Yeah, that looks good to me.
Cool.
Continue talking. I'm going to stand up again. I need to stand. My knees.
All right, on to Conjuration. Which, oh boy, these ones have some interesting implications. Conjuring, Call. The expend version, it costs X times 5 motes. Summon X items that you have bound, not exceeding a total bulk of X times 0.5. The burn version is X entities that you have bound, not exceeding a total bulk of X times 5. So you can summon a lot of things with that. For binding, however, which applies bound, bind up to X items for the next X hours. You may use call to summon a bound item within X times 1 mile. The burn version is bind up to X times 2 entities for the next X days. You may use call to summon a bound entity regardless of distance. I should say an entity bound this way. Also note that the difference is items and entities as well, which means with the burn version, you can choose people.
I approve.
Which it's like the equivalency of an expanded mark/tree call.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Rick Strider raided my stream with 11 viewers.
Hi, Rex.
Hi, Rex.
Hi, Rex.
He is a bottom. I don't know what he's going on about there.
That's the Eevee.
But yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing some dev work for our SCAR system. Hit that follow button. Come join us again. For those already here, share the love with Rex. And thank you for the raid there, Rex. I appreciate it.
All right. Moving on to Conjure, which is another blank one, because it's Conjure in Conjuration. I feel like it should exist, but I legitimately could not think of a balanced way to, like, do the equivalency of, I want to summon X item that I can think of. Do you have any idea how to make this actually work?
I think we need the creature table first.
Yeah, true. I think we need a creature table. Or we could do the equivalency that we're going to do with the automation one, Automancy, where we just also make this another minion summoning thing.
I think that would be
the
stats.
The easiest.
I think that would be the best idea for this. However, it'll be more expensive because, like, the other ones require that you have an object there or a corpse there or such. Whereas this, you're just summoning whatever you want. So I'd probably say double the cost.
Oh yeah, it's going to be expensive. Yeah.
But yeah, otherwise,
Ooh,
I think that's the best way to do it.
Yep. All right. Next up is Mark. Which the expend version marks up to X items for the next X hours. You may have up to X marks at a time. We might want to make it do some more things, but also the burn version is really good, which mark up to X entities for the next X days. This might be one where we put concentration on it. You may have up to X times 2 marks at a time. You are aware of the approximate location of the marks cast with the spell at all times.
Yeah, the marking thing, like the first one, or the expend one, I'm having a hard time thinking of what that actually does.
Is this going to be more like... Alright, sorry to cut in. Is this going to be like Arcane Mark, or is this going to be more like Scribe? Like, where it's just writing something?
Like Arcane Mark.
Okay. Will it be visible? Does the player have the choice of making it visible or invisible to other people?
I was thinking that by default it would be visible, and if you wanted it to be invisible, you could use Illusion Tree for that. But we could have it so that way they can focus on a mark. Focusing. Maybe instead of concentrating on a mark.
Or direction, I guess. Yeah, because the big thing, the great thing about Arcane Mark is using it as a scrying tool, because you can always scry on a mark. If you make it invisible, you can always follow an object, and other wizards and other mages can also usually find it.
Yeah, of which, But I think at least this makes it so that way it does something. We can also kick down the cost if we want. We can make it 1.
I would definitely say make
Being
it
able to use
1.
it to get a direction. But
I definitely think that the cost should be lower. Just make it 1. Because I can see some use for it, but that's requiring other things. By itself, it does not seem to do much.
That's fair. And this is also why I said there's going to be some traits in here where by itself it doesn't do too much, but once you start combining it with other things, it lets you do things.
Mm-hmm.
But are we good with this how it is now then?
Yeah, for now. Maybe
For now,
mark
yeah.
this one in, like, yellow highlights so we can revisit it later.
Oh wait, that's the wrong one. Oops.
I can't see it anymore. There we go.
There we go.
Because this might
Alright.
be a good tracking tool for any hunter, but
Yeah, but
Yeah.
by
Follow.
itself, we'd have to see what
Yeah, by itself,
synergy options there are with it to actually see if it's viable. Because, like, right now, I don't see very many uses for it.
nope,
Yeah.
understand.
I mean, it lets you do some things like, you know, like let's say you want to get really sneaky with it, mark the bottom of someone's shoe.
It has potential, but we need to see more.
Yeah, it lets you do some shenaniganry, but I guess it's not like an extreme amount. All right, next up is Pocket. The expend version cost X times 3 motes. Create a pocket where you may store up to X times 0.1 bulk of items for the next X minutes. You may have only 1 pocket active at a time per pocket word. If the timer ends, all items still inside are instantly dumped out. If the pocket is somehow destroyed, all items inside are lost forever. Retrieving an item from your pocket takes a standard action. This is basically, you know, pocket space, hammer space,
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Shadow cache.
So the expend version basically lets you do the you know, you can't save much in it, but you can still save some items. Doesn't last too long, but if you need to quickly put something away and have it available, you know, it's there for you. Like, let's say you're about to get like fucking searched, so you quickly pocket your catalyst and vessel. You know,
Yeah,
Oops,
yeah.
nothing here. Waggles fingers. You know. The burn version, however, creates a pocket where you may store up to X bulk of items in it for the next X hours. You may have only 1 pocket active at a time per pocket word. If the timer ends, all items still inside are instantly dumped out. If the pocket is somehow destroyed, all items inside are lost if you do not reopen this pocket with enough bulk capacity to hold all items within by the end of its timer. Retrieving an item from your pocket takes a quick action. I guess I should say this on both of these, this pocket. Basically, it gives you a recovery tool, but congratulations. You either need to have almost nothing in it so you can use an expend version, or you have to, you know, burn more motes to get the items back. There are ways to dispel and destroy spells, obviously, so. I don't know if you want either of these to be a concentration spell. Probably the expend version, at least.
I think they can all be an expend or a concentration.
Fair enough.
No, it's one of those, like, you can do it for that long, or you can also do...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Or you can hold the spell or whatever verbiage we come up with that.
For these, for ones where we make that, I'm just going to put can instead concentrate. That way it doesn't take as long for me to write that shit out, and we know what that means.
Yeah.
Yep. Later on, we'll
And
come
set
up with
concentrate.
proper verbiage.
Yeah. Can hold a card, whatever. Duplicate. This is another one where I'm like, I feel like they should be able to do this somehow, but also, damn, how do I balance this?
ST approval.
Fair.
I feel like that's something that you got to ask the ST about, because if you're trying to duplicate the Hope Diamond while it's on display in a thing when you're about to flip it out,
yeah, that's partially
that's
why
difficult.
I'm like, that's why I'm like, how the fuck do I balance this?
I would
What
say
do I do with?
just throwing things out here. First off, X times 10, and for each tier is a tier of object that you can do, or
that
creature.
Yeah, that works.
okay.
So that way you're not gonna,
Ex-
because like a legendary thing, you're not gonna be able to duplicate that without, having invested into this a lot. Because that
This
would
does
require.
make me
gonna
think
put
of the
the-
one hero that gets on the battlefield against the BBEG and goes, "Hey, nice staff, bro, duplicate."
Yeah. So what I am going to do is I'm going to make the expend version be item and the burn version be entity.
Sounds good.
How long do we want the duplicate to last?
Uh,
I
Honestly-
like X minutes,
say,
X hours with concentration?
I would say for
I was gonna say
expend, do it. I would say only concentration. No default for it. I would say it is just you have to be concentrating to maintain it. Objections?
Nope, unless permanence is involved.
Permanence is an option.
Yeah.
But
okay.
all of this is subject to storyteller approval, so, if you try to permanently duplicate the legendary staff of, I don't know, of Anubis,
Insert MacGuffin here.
yeah,
Insert divine artifact here,
your storyteller may have other ideas on that. Like, I know for me, it might be, congrats. You just got you just got a lot of eyes on you.
Yeah, congratulations. You now have, you now have that staff, but now you have problems.
You have
Sorry, you
staff.
pissed off Anubis.
You have very powerful staff. You also have a lot of enemies that have wanted that staff from the original owner for a long time.
Epic, I would assume that there'd be the expend option, because both vessels and catalysts are physical objects and will have tiers once we're done with them.
Yep. So,
And no, Lightpaw, I would prefer it to be duplicating the entirety of it.
it kind of becomes, useless if it doesn't actually duplicate the
Yeah.
entire item.
I mean, I
STs
guess
are
you...
absolutely free to say just no, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And, I mean,
There's a
obviously
reason we
there's
have so many
some use, like if you're doing a heist, but that's a very limited use case.
I will say when it comes to the moat duplication, yeah, that's cool and all, but you need to tune to new ones. So if you run out on your first one, you need to be able to take a rest before you can attune to a second.
Though an item that just duplicates itself is hilarious.
Yeah, but it is also just the case where, I do have to say, technically speaking, yes, you can do some moat laundering with that. But also,
You're going to be spending a lot of mana motes to do that in the first place. It's probably a cost fail.
yeah, this is like, at best, this is like downtime activity shenaniganry.
I'm sure somebody somewhere out there will find a way to break it, but meh.
Yeah, I mean, there's shenanigans you can do with this, but there's shenanigans you can do with fucking all of these.
And that's kind of
there's
the
a
point.
reason that's the point. There's a reason why we have so many caveats. Again, like even in the main doc, in the small section we have, just going like, "Hey, storytellers, feel free to change how any of this works."
Feel free to say no. But yeah, the magical duplicating coin.
Yeah,
Just duplicates itself infinitely and crashes an economy.
To be fair, there are ways of fixing that, even just using the system as it exists right now. Because even if you do make a permanent duplicate, it can still be dispelled.
Yep.
Runic for long-term spells and traps. Catalyst runes. Cost is 4 times motes. Attach up to X words, up to your word limit, to a symbol, and designate an activation trigger word. I guess word doesn't need to be capitalized. Word shouldn't be capitalized there. I'm just going to say activation trigger. I'm going to remove word.
Yeah, I
Otherwise,
was
that's
gonna
get
say
confusing.
could have a
Once
unless you've got a separate one. Word we might want to make it more general. So, it's just I guess you've got proximity there, but
there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these.
fair.
Once the trigger is activated or the rune is broken, the spell is cast by the activator. The spell uses your motes to cast it if the activator cannot supply enough motes. The symbol is plainly magical. So this is like, let's say I have an ally and I want to hand them a rune that basically let's say I want to inscribe something onto an item to make it so that way whenever it gets broken or they do the trigger or whatever, it tries to cast it. And it might cast using their mana if they have any. It might cast using mine, but let's say it casts recall or it casts call on them and I have them bound so that way I could use a get out of jail free thing. That might be a thing. Or you might use it as fucking pocket fireball. You store a fireball in it, and then if your ally needs it or you need it or someone, just crack sudden fireball. The interesting part comes with the burn because it doubles your word limit. You still have to supply all the mana. And the symbol appears inert until activated.
All right.
How long does the symbol last for, though? Is it just exists, period, until activation?
The entire point of runics is that it is very long term. So yeah.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
And it's always, you got to make sure that you have the motes to cast the spell when it actually gets triggered. So,
Yep.
It could be very useful as a, somebody just entered my lair, because I just lost, 50 motes.
Oops. Anyway. Oh, hey, my
Yeah.
entire catalyst that I intentionally don't use, or my vessel, because my vessel that I intentionally don't use just activated, or my temporary catalyst just activated. I wonder why that is.
This would be
and
a
Epic Bro.
This would be a one-time thing, Epic.
Yeah.
Well, there's the permanency spell, so technically, if you were to permanency this, it would just activate every time that it gets activated.
Well,
based on
yeah.
its trigger.
Which is what Epic Bro was asking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is true, yeah. It's just it also will continue to use your mana.
Yep. Follow-up question, though. What happens if you don't have enough motes? Does the spell just fizzle, or do you get burned? Okay,
It just fizzles.
good to know.
Having not enough mana to cast something does not result in any negative effects on its own, because it, technically speaking, wastes the action. With this, you just need to be careful about having a permanence version of it, because unless you... there's a spell called Link, where literally all it fucking does is links objects conceptually in some way. Like, let's say you link a catalyst rune to a vessel, or, in my opinion, that would mean that it would pull from the vessel. But,
Probably.
like,
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because there's some of these where it's more about, like, the conceptual applications than the actual effect.
Yep.
But, yeah, the burn version doubles the word limit, and it just appears inert until it's actually activated, so, it's not just fucking sitting there as a glowing magical symbol like the expend is. So there's going to be a lot of triggers, ways that it triggers, and trap things, because that's the point of this tree. So next up is proximity. The expend version costs X times 2 motes. Spell will activate once a valid target gets within 5 feet of it. Trigger remains active for X times 2 hours. Burn version, X times 10 for the range of activation, and it remains active for X times 2 days. The expend version, it's good for like proximity alarms, things like that, the night camp traps. The burn version is good for a long-term defensive thing that you put down. You could do some funny things like put down a burn version of a proximity spell behind you, because you're being hunted down, but they won't show up for like a day or two. They find your campsite, and your campsite explodes on them.
Yeah, fair.
It's proximity month.
Yeah, it's just a proximity thing. Identify for IFF, identify friend foe. Where for X motes, you may whitelist or blacklist up to X individuals from the spell triggering on them, even if they would otherwise be a valid target. And the burn version is may whitelist and blacklist up to X times 3 individuals from the spell triggering on them, even if they would otherwise be a valid target.
Okay, so magic is a router, got it.
The important part about the whitelist or blacklist is, in my opinion at least, is allowing you to, if you put down a mixed spell, you can whitelist some people from the bad parts and you could blacklist some people from the good parts. Even if you leave this behind for a while.
Yep.
I don't know if that's technically useful enough, but it's also dirt cheap.
Well, I can see combining it with the area effect or what have you and leaving it in a camp or something, and then the one guy that you can trust over there doesn't get hit by the fireball.
Yeah.
Or what have you.
It's basically, in my opinion, a way to, even if you aren't there to manually pick out your targets and go, all right, I want to affect him, I don't want to affect him, I want to affect him, I don't want to affect him, you just do that ahead of time.
All right.
Or they won't activate on this person specifically.
Yeah. Let's say we have a man on the inside we know is going to be shown. Any number of reasons that you want to keep someone alive or unharmed. It's cheap. It has some uses. Next up is Watcher, which has vision out to X times 20 feet. Spell will activate should a valid target enter its vision. The burn version changes by doubling the vision, and the caster may see what the spell sees upon activation.
So a sentry.
Yeah. You can put down you make your spell have a sentry. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
Looks good to me.
It's useful. Listener, which is the audio version of it, works the exact same way, except you're also able to put a volume level or
That's
a
going
trigger
well,
phrase.
Ido. Yeah, that looks good to me.
Yep. So you could put down a spell that activates if like someone says the correct word, and if you do it like sounds an alarm through the entire camp or whatever.
A correct word at the right volume.
Yeah. Or like let's say a gunshot goes off, and that's not supposed to happen considering it's fucking Night Watch. Oh hey, that was too loud. Listener goes off. Lock. Designate up to X keys, which are any entity. Spell will trigger if any of the keys are not present and anything attempts to interact with the spell. So, like, let's say you put this on a chest, and you only want that chest to be opened if, the correct 3 people are by, and only 2 of them are by it, and someone tries to open up the chest. Congratulations, lock goes off. The spell goes off. The burn version doubles the amount of keys you have, and the caster is instantly aware that the lock has been used regardless of distance.
I would say for this one, you can choose to have either all of the keys present or only 1 or so.
You could choose how many of the keys are present.
How many need to be present for it to be safe?
All right.
Instead of just, restricting it to all of them have to be there.
Fired. I'll just tag that on. There you go.
Yeah, that looks good.
All right. Next up is Affinity Trigger, where spell triggers if anything with affinity interacts with it. Anything. Another spell, a move, a creature, a fucking enchanted item that has an affinity with something. Anything touches that thing, interacts with it, triggers. The burn version, it has the same basic tagline. However, the caster is then able to limit it, so that way they can limit it to just being creatures, so moves of the appropriate affinity don't trigger it. Or they could limit it to items, so, like, if you have an enchanted item of X affinity, it'll trigger on you. But, like, if you're just walking around and you have the correct type, it won't trigger on you. This is kind of useful for things like, not letting people do the equivalency of the 10-foot pole or enchanted rock throwing in front of them to trigger your trap.
Oh, the 10-foot pole.
Yep. This is also really useful if you have like a typed spell that you're holding. So like, you only want it to activate on someone that has a particular type that will be effective on them, like not having a poison trap trigger until someone of like, mythic type is there.
Targeted hate.
Yeah. It's cheap. It has use. That's about it.
Should we have it be where they can choose if it is anything with that trigger will trigger it, or with that affinity will trigger it, or anything without that affinity will trigger it? Should we expand it to that, or just leave it as...
I think the burn version can have that. I feel like the burn version should be allowed more control, because that's its point. Do we want the expend version to do that too?
So, like, anything other than, your necrotic type, anything other than necrotic will trigger it. I think just having that on the burn is good.
There we go. All right, Ritual Circle. This is an interesting one. Expend version. Spend X hours on the ritual circle for this spell. The ritual circle will act as a vessel for up to X times 5 motes. May include up to X divided by 2 spells in this ritual circle. May have up to X divided by 2 other participants in this ritual circle. If the ritual is broken or stopped, all participants will suffer the consequences of an automatic botch bypassing all defenses. So don't fuck up rituals, unless you want to die. Note that doesn't mean if the ritual fails, it's if it gets broken or stopped for some reason. But it allows every single participant to pour in their own mana from themselves and their vessel. All of their spells, their words can be combined, like it pools all of their words together. And it itself also acts as an additional vessel for mana, so that way, you know, you can fill up the ritual circle with a whole lot of mana and use that to fuel a spell. With the understanding that, you know, if you fuck up your ritual, you might just all die.
As you do with rituals.
I personally feel like, while it does make sense going under Runic, I was thinking that rituals circles would be a universal thing, that they don't necessarily need to spend XP to acquire the ability to use it.
That's fair. I just figured that if it had to go anywhere, it makes sense under Runic, so I made that. We can just strip this out and, you know, retool it slightly.
I'd say move it into magic mechanics itself.
All right, do we just want to do the burn version in that case?
I would say so, yeah.
Cool. X that, just delete that. But yeah, you know, maybe don't mess up your ritual. Messing up rituals is not known to go well in basically any media. What do you want to tie this to, Phonemics?
That is a good question.
I feel like it should be Phonemics. Because that's the knowledge one that determines the rank traits on your words and all that.
I would say so, yeah.
I feel like Ritual Circle should go off of the, you know, knowledge one. I'll just put it like that. We can change it and, like, you know, update the wording and all that, but this should work. We know what this means. We know what it means.
Yeah.
Yep. Next one is Epitaph, which is literally just for when we have creature traits. You can designate a creature trait to trigger it.
So like undead, beast, etc.
Yeah. I'm gonna also put the may instead choose
Do disclose.
to instead activate should a creature not of the chosen type, category interact. As I misspell that. There we go. You know, like a lot of the stuff in Runix where it's simple, it's useful. There you go. Runix is probably the cheapest school by far. Like, almost nothing has an X cost above 1.
Yeah, but it's
a
also
7
not
minute.
as flexible as some of the others.
Yeah, which is kind of
Well,
the point.
It's flexible, but you know,
In a different way.
yeah.
It's a different kind of flexibility. It's not the kind where having it suddenly, like, massively increases your capabilities. It's just instead you unlock a new area in which you can apply it.
It's not really something that you're going to get use out of mid-combat.
Yeah.
Or at least not activated mid-combat.
Yeah. But, well, it's said for things like, maybe putting down an epitaph, like, square thing and having it last for a while so it activates whenever a creature of, like, a chosen thing, so you could wall off, like, the undead or whatever. But, like, at that point, you're doing cool shit. Rewarded.
Exactly.
Which also means that, like, you spent the time to learn the epitaph word, and you're thinking about how to apply it. So, congratulations.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Ducks_all_ around tipped $5. Just wanted to say that I have spent the last 3 hours just happily sitting on my owner's lap, and I'm just a happy V.
Thank you so much for that tip, Ducks. I really, really
That's
appreciate
Stevie's
it.
head. Being such a cute and good V for me.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. Kinetics, which is shapes and movement, was the description. So this is where we're going to get a lot of our spell shapes. Cube shape has a cost of X times 5. Spell has a shape of a cube, each side X times 10 feet in length. The burn doubles that length, which actually quadruples the area, the volume. Anytime that one of these just like doubles the amount that it's actually usually like quadrupling the size.
Yeah.
Which I think is worthy of burn. Just by itself. It's just the different shapes, and the different shapes have different costs depending on how useful they are. Then it goes to the more 2D shapes like line, square, circle, those ones.
Yeah, just looking through these, they all look good to me.
Yep. Line is the cheapest because it just goes in a straight line.
Yep.
Square is interesting because depending on how you position it, you can force it to be like, horizontal on the floor. You can put up a wall. It's just a square. So if you put a duration on a square shape, you could just put up a wall of fire. Or, force everyone to play the floor as lava. Well, this is also where IFF comes in very handy if you start doing that kind of shit, though. Identify friend, foe,
Very much.
or all that. Yeah. All right, next up. More interesting things that might need a cost adjustment to go up, but also, balance. Accelerate. This is not quite a haste effect. Instead, well, it kind of is. Like classical haste, not our haste. Target may use a standard action as a quick action for the next X turns. Actually, I'm just gonna, right now change this to 6s. These are worthy of 6. Alright, there we go. And the burn version is target may either use a standard action as a quick action or a quick action for free for the next X turns. It's one, and you have to choose which one. But either way, that's still, hey, what if I use a quick action for free?
Sorry, I kind of missed that here. What's up?
Accelerate. The expend version allows the target to use a standard action as a quick action for the next X turns. And the burn version changes that to either a standard action as a quick action or a quick action for free. It doesn't last very long by itself, but, it's an accelerate effect. Honestly, the cost might need to go up again.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see them play, but yeah. To what though? It'd have to go up to 9 or 10, wouldn't it? Maybe 10.
10's probably fine. What version? The negative version. It's just also really hard to justify having a magic system that doesn't let you have like something equivalent to a
Time
haste
shenanigans.
effect.
Yep.
Well, don't worry. Time shenanigans, that's in the chronomancy, and chronomancy's fucking expensive.
Oh, boy.
I'm kind of wondering why these aren't in chronomancy.
Because kinetics also involve movement. I based a lot of these around the what's the word for it? The list that I was given. I moved a lot of things around, but some of them just stayed. Also because I don't know, I just kind of didn't. I can just move these right now if you want, but we should probably rule on them first.
Let's
Go ahead
rule
and
on
mark
them.
them.
If we need to move them, we can move them later.
I think they're good. I'd say mark them, so we might move them later, but
Yeah.
at the least, we're gonna need to see it in play, but yeah.
I'm turning the ones we approve but might move green, because green is approve.
Sounds
There you
good.
go.
Okay.
Decelerate, the other version, it literally just makes things cost a standard action more. And then the burn version makes all actions cost an additional standard action. Disjointed. This one was interesting. But it's another one where I'm like, I'm not quite sure what to do with it.
Is this like chain lightning then? Causes a spell to jump from one target to another?
No, that's called chaining, and that's in a different thing. This is like, let's say I'm sending out a spell, and I have it jump. Like, let's say there's like a gap where there's like no enemies, and like I'm AoEing. I just like chop off part of it and move it. At least from the description I was given, that's what it was intended for. And I thought that's really interesting, but I don't know how to balance it.
I don't like this one too much because that becomes complicated.
Yeah, fair.
That's math magic at that point in time. Because somebody could just... I could see its purpose. Cutting a cube up into a bunch of smaller cubes and moving around would be amazing, but man, that'd be hard to track.
Which is why I said that it was interesting, but I wasn't sure what to actually do with it. So I left it on here in case we came up with like a group idea for it, but otherwise I'm just going to delete that. But it's interesting.
I'd
But also-
save it for a later module for more experienced players to screw with in groups. I don't think that should be a baseline thing. I don't know what you think, Sim.
I agree with you on that.
Because like my group, I would toss this to and be like, okay, guys, you get to do shenanigans, and they would run with it. But I don't think it's new player friendly at all.
Yeah. Angular is also interesting and kind of lets you do this. This also lets you do, like, you know, the fucking dark side beams. Meow.
I can see this for like shooting something around a corner you can't see or something like that.
Yeah, that's kind of like the main point of it. But it also means that you're able to actually control, like, you know, what your spells are doing and what direction in particular.
That might also be a modular thing then, because
Yeah.
that's more advanced. That's when the GM pulls out the 3D maps and goes, okay, boys, walls happen now.
Fair enough.
Would be my argument. That's when we bring out the advanced player's guide, right?
Yeah, I think we'll, yeah. That might be one that we
right.
move to. We'll keep it, but do a different book for it.
Yeah. The ones I mark in red are ones where I'm just going to sit there and go, okay, that's, like, not for this. Aura. The expend version costs X times 2 motes. Choose an aura that you have available. The spell will generate that aura at target at a range of X times 5 feet for the next X turns, but you cannot have that aura active for the duration. Basically kind of disjointing the aura and like making it unavailable to you, but instead being able to have it activate at an area for like, a small little radius.
AKA you can attach your aura if you have one to something else.
Yeah, if you have one. The burn version, makes it so that way it expands out a lot more for the duration, the range of it. And it doesn't say that you can't have it active. It lets you, do it. Because the reason I thought it was okay to do this is because we already have rules that if it's the exact same aura affecting the target multiple times, it doesn't affect them multiple times. This basically lets you weaken something, Which, mentalism, so there's some interesting things in here. I did not fill out any of this for a very particular reason, which is we have the whole primeval telepathy thing, and I'm not really sure how much of a mentalism school we want to have when that already exists.
That's a very good point. Like, I can see some advantages to having some of this copied because it would use different stats and such. Or
Yeah,
not
fair.
necessarily copied, but
Yeah, basically, like, make it very similar in terms of, like, because we already have this stuff. But I was also just like, do we want to have an entire tree when that's kind of a thing? Because there are things here that are, like, would be unique in comparison, but also I just wasn't sure if there was enough of that to, like, really justify an entire magic school. And I wasn't sure if we wanted to just, fucking... Also, a mentalism tree will be really easy to actually make, considering we have the primeval telepathy right there. We already have a lot of stuff designed for it, technically. But also, the telepathy tree is also one of the, like, more expanded primeval features as well.
yeah,
Like, we have collectives, we have archives, we have translating, decoding, being able to read people's minds.
we can also move some of this over, some of the telepathy primeval feature over to being part of magic. But at the least, I feel like there are still things in here that we could utilize. Like, you got command here, which telepathy doesn't have options for actually making them, actually mind controlling them and such.
Yeah, which is what I was thinking, but it's also, like, I just wasn't sure. And it'll be easy to make, like I said.
I think we can slim down the mentalist list a little bit to give telepathy its own focus. Reading thoughts and emotions, for instance, I think can just stay to the telepathy. Command, change target, I think are fine. Charm, I think is fine. Memory and delirium, I think are fine. I don't know about senses, though. I think senses might want to go.
Probably.
Well, things like that,
Actually, does telepathy have a ability to tap into someone else's senses? I didn't think it did.
No. It does not. And also things like emotion, you could force the target to feel a particular emotion.
Yeah. Which is also why I said this would be really easy to design.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if we actually... It would take me, like, maybe an hour or two to fill out this entire tree at most. I was just also, like... And this is just one of the ones where I was just like, I don't know if we want to even have this. So I figured I would ask, because, But if
I
we do
say
want to have it,
yes. I think telepathy is more what you are receiving from others, whereas this is where you can actually change what they perceive, what they think, what they feel, etc.
So instead of
Yeah.
focusing on gaining what's in there already, it's implanting stuff instead.
with like the small exception, like probably just being like the memory sift one. That'll probably result in, you know.
Which, that I'm okay with being duplicated here because, you know, different approaches for the. It's.
Yeah.
Somebody invested into magic may not necessarily want to go and pick up that primeval feature. So, but they.
Yeah.
It still makes sense that they would have access to that ability through this school.
Yeah. And like, trust me, I'm not biased about this in any way, considering like the memory sift kind of needs to exist for the whole like Vane's current plan, but also like I'm looking at that this tree and I'm just like, man, do we want this to exist? But yeah, no, if we're going this direction with it, I know exactly what to do.
Okay. Settled. I guess
So
we
that'll
skip
be
down
filled
to
out
divination.
like tomorrow.
I would say highlighted in yellow just so we know that, like the whole section, so we know to
Yeah,
look
I'll do
over it
that.
again later.
There's going to be a lot of development passes we need to do for all of this anyway, considering all the stuff we still need to add, and then balancing when we find out whatever the fuck is broke with this.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty of broken stuff. Give
There's a ton
give
of
it 2
broken
weeks.
stuff, but like figuring out exactly.
Yep. Busy.
Divination. Prophecy. This could go up in price. I just wanted to cost it pretty low because it's not anything guaranteed at all. Attempt to prophesize the future, receiving information about a possible future within the next X minutes. You know, like a low level, like trying to read the future kind of thing. Not guaranteed in any way. You might not get anything actually useful. The information you might get is what kind of sandwich someone's going to eat. So just because divination is always so up in the air about how useful it actually is, yeah, I didn't want to cost it too much higher. The burn version changes it from minutes to days, and if the prophecy does not come true, you may recast the entire spell again for free. Epic Bro, there was originally a version where, like, you know, you could kind of, like, do that and, like, force something to happen. But then I also looked at that and I went, no fucking way we're putting in a thing that forces something to happen like that.
Yeah, that gets wiggity whack with timelines anyways.
Yeah, so we're not doing that.
I am just going to say, storytellers are going to curse our names forever for this.
But like I said, you can just give... It does not say that it has to be extremely useful information. Or clear.
It also doesn't have to be 100% accurate either.
Yeah.
Vagaries are your king.
Yeah, but they will probably curse our names for this anyway. But it's also really hard to make a divination tree without looking into the future at least a little bit. People are getting into divination magic. You know, fuck. This is also why we put the note about so much stuff basically being like, feel free to change how this works in your setting. Because Jesus. Some of these traits. Farsight. Expensive. Name an entity that you know of and see its current location as a still image. You may glimpse up to X details in high quality. So, like, you know, maybe where they're at, like, you know, who they're with, things like that. You know, who that person is, who that person is. a landmark, something like that.
Zoom in, enhance.
Enhance, yeah. But it's literally just the equivalent of scry. It's a scry. We could also rename it to scry if we want. I'm just going to do that right now, actually. That makes sense. The burn version.
Go ahead, sorry.
This is where Mark definitely comes into a lot of play, yeah. But name an entity that you know of and see its current location as a live image. You may glimpse up to X details in high quality. Other words on this spell will attempt to target this entity regardless of range.
I'm not sure how I feel about the second part.
Yeah, but also, it's also like, we don't really have any other way currently to, like, do long distance casting on anything.
I mean,
Like, really long distance, like miles away casting.
I think that's where something like Mark should come into play, because maybe if we make Mark something that you can target no matter distance, that would make Mark more useful in these situations, because I feel like that might be better than putting it in with Scry, because otherwise you can just Scry any creature on the face of the planet that you happen to know of, and if you succeed, you just can bomb them.
Yeah,
And
fair
that
enough.
feels... Yeah. But if we make Mark something that you can target no matter the distance, as long as you can get a Scry off, for instance, that feels a lot better, because you had to put in the 4 effort first.
I'll make it so that way Mark says, for instance, for the burn version, you may target a marked entity for a spell so long as you can see them. How's that sound?
Yeah, I like that a lot better.
sounds good.
That makes Mark way better of a thing.
Yeah.
Dux has a question for you.
Oh no?
Yeah, you may. Go to bed, Ducks. Anyways, it's still useful to use the burn version of Scribe, because, like, the fucking
Watching somebody.
getting a live image.
Yep.
Next up, True Sight. Cheap. It's good. We might want to actually raise the cost, but I wanted it to start out cheap. Target gains dim vision for the next X minutes. May see through any illusions with a seamless rating less than X. Seamless is an illusion trait, which basically makes it so that way the illusion is, as the name suggests, seamless.
My only problem with this is the seamless rating. We might want to change, or we should change that to something else, because that would shorten to SR, which we are using for success rating.
Seamless level.
That would work.
Seamless tier.
Seamless tier, yeah.
We use the word tier, we might as well stick with it.
Yeah, that as well.
I think we should probably use level instead, because, well, we're using tier for the tiers of the spells and such.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
We'll be updating that to change words as we go. The burn version gives you dark vision, and it doubles the seamless level you can get through.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Cool.
Might say ×2 for motes.
That's fair, it is dark vision. I mean, then again, you're also burning it, but also, yeah, sure.
I was meaning ×2 for both.
Oh, fair.
Because that lets you get past, invisibility and such.
Yeah, that's fair. Veracity. Cost is X times 2 motes. For the next X minutes, target... this might be a concentration one, by the way. Target is aware of if someone is telling the truth or a lie. They will not be made aware of any half-truths, lies by omission, etc. So basically, is it technically true or technically a lie? You get a yes-no, effectively. The burn version changes to hours. Again, we might just change this to concentration. And are aware of if someone is telling a truth or lie, and they will be made aware of any half-truths, lies by omission, etc. But they don't automatically know which portion is which. Like, if they're telling a half-truth, they don't get to know exactly which half is the true part.
Sounds good.
It's basically a lie detector spell. Omen is an interesting one that I quite like. Cost X times 3 motes. Add X successes to the next attack made against the target, either accuracy or damage. And the burn version adds that to the next X attacks made against the target, accuracy and damage. We can change the accuracy and damage to or just like, raise the cost or whatever, but...
Oh, I didn't even notice the end. Yeah, definitely change that to or. Because that's potentially quite a few attacks getting that boost, so yeah.
Yeah. It is, for what you're getting, it's simultaneously nice, but also kind of expensive.
Well, we still need to figure out how many motes people have.
Isn't that already in there?
That was already in there.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So the
combination of
vessel
all three
part
skills.
isn't because I wanted the vessel part, but there is the mana pool, which is equal to each of your magic skills added together.
Ah, right.
Yeah. So,
Those-
most people are going to have, let's say, as a mid-tier character, maybe, 9, 10 mana available for motes.
Fair enough.
I'll say it would be probably nice to have it scale with attributes. The attribute scale in at least a little bit of a way.
Maybe, but that also was one of the few things that was, already hard written down for, a while, so I kind of wanted to stick to it.
Yeah, we're kind of, if you're investing into Magic, we kind of want you to, more invest into it. We could go with attribute scale, but...
Just make it a feat upgrade tree.
Yeah, that would be easy feat territory.
My only concern there is just the fact that then you'd be dealing with, oh, this person picked up magic right now and already has as much potential as I did, and I've been investing everything into it.
Alternatively, there is the whole, you only have 3 skills, so the most you can get out of it is what, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21?
No, because you can get you could have a specialty for magic capacity and put it on each skill.
Yeah, but that's still, there's 3 skills, 5 max, so that's 15, plus 3 times 2, which is an additional 6, so 21.
No, if you master it, it gets +3. So it'd be 24.
Yeah, so that would max you out at 24, though. So some of these numbers are going to be interesting when it comes to that, but that's what the additional items are for. So
that's what the vessel is literally designed for.
Yep.
Yeah. Like I said, if you can cast some of these without a vessel, that is the sign that you are a pimped out late level wizard. That's just I'm going to break reality now. Goodbye. You know what I mean?
Nope, I understand. I'm openly talking through the way it works. So
Yeah.
that way, hopefully, other people catch on, and my brain can catch up on where it was and where it was going. But if it doesn't work, we can always change it.
We can always change it, yeah. So with that in mind, how are we feeling about Omen and its cost?
I
Can we change it to 5?
times 5
Yeah.
for the burn. I'm good with the expend, but yeah, I feel like the burn might be better at a times 5.
Because that's
All right.
that could be a lot of attacks.
It can be, but it could also be like 2.
Yeah.
Pat the fluffy.
Also, one thing I want to point out is that without the and sitting there, currently the burn version level 1 is the same as the expend level 1. But just costs more and burns your mana. So if we're upping it to 5, do we want to put back the and?
You know, you got a good point about the burn version.
Because remember, the burn versions, once you use those, that mana is burnt. You aren't doing that like on repeat.
Until the next day.
Yeah. You can also recover a little bit during
Short rests.
short rests, but like that's a little bit. Unless you get really lucky, but also, you know. Like most people are gonna be able to maybe pull out a level 1 version of this on a burn every short rest. Without like expending too much. Well, it's not expending, but like burning too much.
Maybe put it back at X3 then.
Yeah. The only thing that like I really am iffy about is just the whole thing about I want there to be a difference between the level 1 at level 1 between the expend and the burn version on any of these. Just like as a design rule.
Yeah, that's fair, and I'm trying to think of what we could do for that.
Yeah. Because for this, I just want to put this, like, preface this with a different thing. Imagine, basically, it means that anyone that attacks them has a temporary stat boost of physical or special damage, or ethereal damage, depending on what they're doing. It's basically a temporary stat boost for however many attacks on whoever's attacking them. That's another way of thinking about this.
So either leave it at X5 and change the or to and in the burn, or change it back to X3.
Which also still makes the burn version of it the exact same as the expend version at level 1.
Yeah.
It's essentially
At
giving
level
them temp HP, except it can also negate, accuracy.
Oh, are you looking down at Fortune, which is the good version of this?
What? No, I'm looking at...
Because there's Omen and Fortune, which are just reversed versions.
Oh my god,
Yeah, you're looking
I
at
was.
Fortune Zem.
Oops.
Yeah. Because the way to think about it is it's literally just giving, effectively, anyone who attacks them on that target for that attack a temporary stat change. Which is why originally I had it be and I went, the moat cost is actually a little bit expensive for what it's actually doing. Because this is the sort of thing where you look at it and you're like, that does a lot. But then you break it down and you're like, it's basically like just a temporary stat change that isn't as good as a normal stat change.
Alright. We can change the or to and.
All right.
I definitely still want
like-
the increased cost in moats because that's really powerful.
That's fine. Yeah. It's just not as bad as you would think at first glance.
Let's do it ×4 moats.
×4? Okay.
And basically the same for fortune. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they're reverse versions of each other.
Yep.
Whenever we make a change to a reversed version, I just automatically do it to the other side.
Do we want to call it misfortune then?
I mean, we can.
Because fortune gives, not takes away.
Actually, we should probably do swap the names. Fortune adds, omen subtracts.
Well, it's seeing the target either being fortunate or an omen against the target.
Oh.
Not for you. It's not you. It's on target. Which you can target yourself. But also, if you're targeting yourself with omen, I mean, have fun trying to, like, flex on the opponent, but also why?
Yeah, omen's fine then.
Okay.
He be trying to invoke that superpower from that one guy in Super Crooks.
Yeah. I curse you all with bad luck, and then Praetorian fucking Uno reverse card, because Praetorian is broken.
Yeah.
Mr. 200 superpowers. God.
Hit me, bro.
But, yeah. We can change Omen to Misfortune. I just also
No, I'm good
kind of
with that.
avoided that just
Nah,
because
leave
it'd be very similar names.
It's fine. Leave it as is.
Alright. Next up, History. Which... Technically should also times you there. Which is learn up to X details about an item's passed within the last X hours, and the burn version turns it to years.
That one looks good to me.
Yep.
It's literally just like, you know, trying to information search like the history of an item. That's that. And then, you know, more illusion hate for the divination tree, because that just makes sense in my opinion, which is, I named it Disillusion. We can change the name. Which the expend version disrupts all illusion spell components of spell tier X or less on target for X turns. And the burn version says destroy all illusion spell components of spell tier X or less on target. There is a dedicated, like, dispel, you know, word, but it's also fucking, like, 15 modes.
Fair.
So this is literally just cheap, specific illusion hate for the divination tree, which I think makes sense.
I'm fine with it until I'm a GM.
You're fine with it until you want to fuck with people with illusions, and someone goes, I picked up the disillusion word.
I have Stormborn.
I have Stormborn.
I have Stormborn.
But yeah, so...
Hey guys, sorry. I just gotta say that I gotta go lie down and getting kind of EP.
Yep,
Good night.
makes sense. Have a good night.
Sleep well.
Have a good one. Hope you guys have fun with the magic thing. Bye bye.
Thaumaturgy. Link. It's kind of expensive to do almost nothing by itself, but the moment you combine this with anything else, it starts going crazy. The expend version, create a link between two things within X times 30 feet of each other for X turns or until they move outside the link's range. Burn. Create a link between X times two things within X times 120 feet of each other for X hours. Doesn't break if they move outside of range.
Once again, I'd say can concentrate to keep it going.
Yeah.
I know that it can get really crazy, but I feel like we should make it X times 3 from 3 motes.
I'm fine with that. It's just also combining this with, I think you could see why this combined with other things is going to be, chef's kiss kind of word.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But by itself, it doesn't do much, and then you still got to spend motes on other things.
This is like the MTG joke equivalent of goes infinite with a ham sandwich.
Tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it, tap. I'm infinite.
Yep.
Infinite hash browns.
And in response, I tap a blue mana.
In response, I tap a blue mana. Do you pay the 1?
Yep, I pay 1.
You pay 1? Got it. All right. Adhere. Cost X motes. Target X plus 1 entities currently in contact cannot move away from each other for X turns.
It's glue.
It's glue. The burn version changes it to X times 2 entities, does not require them to start in contact, and goes to X minutes. And it's also cheap at X of 1.
I'm good with it. Also, I would say, again, can concentrate.
Can concentrate,
It's the friendship spell. I'm glad I'm not playing somebody like that, but that would be so funny to have a mage who just wants everybody to be friends.
Yep.
I'm gonna get a cast of
Speaking of
friendship
wanting
now.
people to be friends, what if you just wanted them to be your friend? Of loyalty. Cost of X times 7, which could honestly go up. Forces a creature to obey you for X minutes. They will not do anything directly harmful to themselves, and if attempted, the duration ends. I should say spell breaks.
Yep.
That way there's no edge cases. The burn version... Go ahead.
Oh, I was... Go ahead.
I was going to say the burn version changes it to hours, and it doesn't auto-break upon trying to tell them to do something directly harmful, but they also still don't have to do it.
Again, can concentrate. I would also say that you cannot harm them. I think for the expend version, it's you or your allies cannot harm them. But for the burn, it's only you that cannot harm them.
Be nice to your pets, y'all.
Yep. Yep, it's literally just this needed to exist somewhere because I refuse to have a magic system that can't let you put a curse of loyalty on someone.
Though, I also feel like this should probably be in the mental one.
Yeah, probably. But also it's in the thaumaturgy one, which is specifically about connecting things. But yeah, for actually having the mental one, I'll probably throw this in there.
Go ahead and market your green, then.
Yep.
Market your green. Out of context, that sounds terrible.
Yeah. All right. Next up is chaining, which allows the spell to target up to X additional targets, friend or foe, starting each chain from the last target. And if you burn it, it changes it to X times 4 additional targets. Cost is X times 3.
Yeah, it looks good. It's basically just an additional target.
Yep. Range, I did something kind of unique with because holy fuck, are spells bad if you can't give them range on the cheap.
Yep.
Which range? Cost X divided by 2 motes grants the spell an X times 20-foot range. And then for the burn, I'm actually going to change that to 60.
So it's X divided by 2 motes?
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, because being a upfront mage sucks.
Unless you're specifically doing a build for that.
Yeah.
Accuracy is one that I might have gone a little bit crazy on for the burn version, but also... Go ahead.
For range, I kind of wanted to stay... We've got our range bands already. I kind of wanted to remain with that.
That's fair. The only thing I was looking at was the whole thing that we have 5 tiers. And it technically could have up to, like, 10.
Well, not everything necessarily needs to have that. I think it would be better for the system as a whole to stick to the existing range bands. And because, you know, we've already got that established. And everything else uses that.
Fair.
So I think it would be better to stick with that and just have, you know, short range, medium range, and long range, each with their own mode cost and such. I would say no burn version for those.
No burn? Okay.
I know it departs from the way everything else in the Magic system is laying out, but it does tie it back into the rest of the system.
That's fair. I'd still be in favor of making a burn version that just doubles it, but also, like, you know...
We can start off with the tiers without the burn version for the time being. And if it feels more necessary later on, we can add it.
I'm still going to make it cheap as hell because the spells are trash without.
Yes.
Yeah. I say
Being
1,
an upfront
2, and
caster
3 modes.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, the one problem with this is it's going to exist in every spell, for the most part.
Yeah.
Idea for burn version, actually.
What's
what
that?
if we just make it so it doesn't count against the word limit?
I actually really like that.
I like that too. And I'm also not thinking... I'm thinking that this won't be a tier thing. I think it's, you know, you purchase the short, medium, and long words
separately.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll just do... let's do... If I just copy all this, paste once, twice, 3 times.
3 range bands. Do you know what the best part, Epic, with that idea is? Technically, you could also make those all duplicated items with this. So you could duplicate a grenade 5 times and have them fly or animate and chase down a target and then stick to them.
Yep. Magic lets you do bullshit. That's the entire point.
I can finally summon all the hash browns I want.
Now we know how Gimmon uses all his magic. Then why do you keep eating my hash browns? I like hash browns too.
I think that's just the cost of having them.
This wasn't on the label. Which company made you? I need to sue them.
Hash browns.
That's okay, buddy. Pat.
There we go.
I guess I could have helped with that instead of entertaining chat.
Nah, it's fine.
Why is there a giant page break?
I don't know why that exists. I tried to get rid of it multiple times. That do it? But then
Yeah.
also change that back.
Yeah, that fixed it.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why it did that. It did that like once or twice. A bunch of the other times I was able to fix it right away. That one, even deleting it before, it didn't want to fix it. But hey, if it wants to now, I'm good with that.
It just needed other people to witness it.
Yeah, it just needed
It's
to
an
be witnessed.
exhibitionist.
Anyways, accuracy. Because I kind of figured that if you're burning motes for accuracy, fuck it, you can have it, man. I might scale that back, but when I was making it, that was my thought process. If you're burning motes on accuracy, sure.
Spell snipers.
Like, I understand, like, peeling off that last sentence, but I just want to explain to you why I was like, you can have it.
It feels kind of cheap. I think you should
I'm fine removing the last line from it, but I just wanted to explain what my thought process there was.
Yeah, let's remove it.
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But.
To that end, I also feel like we should remove the and accuracy successes part.
I mean, they're burning motes on accuracy.
I'm
We left and on the
aware,
other one.
but wait, we left what?
We left and on the other one.
What other one?
Well, power gives guaranteed damage, X times 3 and guaranteed damage.
No. We were talking about it for a long time. It was not
Omen. Omen and
Omen, yeah. For the burn version, we left and.
Well, this is basically, yeah, you know, you cast a spell with accuracy, say 2. You're adding 4 dice to the accuracy roll and 4 automatic successes.
Okay, I
yeah,
see
but
what you're
accuracy
saying now.
doesn't do anything usually unless you're critting or over critting. It's hit over crit. It's hit crit over crit, and it's like breakpoints.
I understand where you're coming from, but I'm also saying that feels a bit much.
All right, what if we change it to spells accuracy X times 3 and then plus X successes? So it's the same. It basically works the same as the power word. So it would look like this.
I guess I can accept that.
It's, I just have to. It's accuracy.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Morning,
It
Gabby.
works off of breakpoints. That's the Gabby.
Cosmo being cute.
True.
Yeah, for now. If we need to, we'll change it.
Yeah, I just don't see accuracy being problematic. Anyway, enhancement. The first one is augmenting like a stat. I didn't know if we wanted to magic this in, because on one hand it feels like it should exist for like enchanted items. On the other hand, I mean, fuck, that's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
hard call. Because it feels like it should be in there, because that's almost universal magic nonsense. But
I say, yeah, let's put it in.
All right, in that case, here's my starting value.
Yeah, I was gonna say make it expensive as hell.
There's my floor. It could go up. Anyways, do we want to limit it to skills? Do we want to what do we want to limit it to?
I say we leave in the same pool as moves do, just for unilaterally. Boosting skills is something that we have very few things that actually does directly, and then one of them is a primeval feature.
I just wanted to bring up because it's literally magic.
Yeah. Alternatively, we could boost attributes directly.
We could.
And that might be the best way to go, actually, now that I think about it.
Especially if they have to choose the attribute when they get the word and they can't just swap it around.
Exactly. So,
Let's go that route.
yeah. That makes it different than moves, and it gives... it's very thematic. That works for me. Okay, cool.
Target gains X.
X divided by 2.
I'm just writing it out first, just
Okay.
to be like,
Yep.
for the baseline. X attribute for how long?
Minutes, I think, is fine. Longer with concentration. Personally. I don't know if Zim agrees, but...
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yep. So then just going to quickly paste this down there. This is definitely getting a divide by 2.
Yep. And then the burn, I think, would be fine at X attributes.
X attributes for X hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be eating motes.
Yeah.
Hash brown motes.
But yeah, this is just one of the ones where I'm like, fuck, this should exist, but damn, what do I do? Anyway, I figure that magic should be really good at protective barriers, so this is far more efficient than like anyone else gets this currently. Protection, the expend version, cost X motes, apply X preventative health to target, takes X power cap. And burn is cost X motes, apply X times 2 preventative health to target. This preventative health does not disappear at the end of a scene, instead lasting until broken, takes X power cap. I'm gonna orb next long rest. I should throw that in there.
I'm personally completely fine with the protection the way it is.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah, I just think magic should be like the king of preventative health.
Oh, definitely. And healing
Yep.
and all that.
Yeah. Resist affinity. Could honestly go up in cost. Affinity has +1 damage difficulty against target for the next X turns, and the burn version changes that to minutes.
I'm actually fine with the cost as is here.
Yeah, I mean that's where I put it, but I also like looking at it. I'm like, it could go up. I'm not
I think
gonna
it's
like
fine.
change it, but like, you know.
Yeah.
As
Well, I
with
can see it
everything
going up, I
else,
think it's
can
fine.
concentrate.
Yeah, can concentrate. Resist affliction. Affliction is kind of my word for, you know, conditions, stat changes, all of that rolled into one.
Good night, Gimmon.
Night, night.
Right, Gimmon.
Good night.
Hash browns.
All right, there goes our backup recording.
It's fine. His memory was probably running out again. He was starting to say hash browns again.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, so basically name a stat change or condition that you really hate, and you get a resist word for it. Because it's so specific, cost is X times 2 motes. Target has X higher soul save against affliction for X turns. Target has X additional successes the next time they attempt to cleanse this affliction. If affliction is a stat change, instead reduce its difficulty by X divided by 2. For
So
that
this
second
isn't.
part.
This is universal. You do have to name a specific affliction.
Name a affliction. Pick up a word for that affliction.
I worry that's too specific.
That's also why it's so cheap. If we broaden it out, it needs to instantly be like multiple times more expensive.
The experience cost for it's going to have to be relatively cheap then as well, because I can see it, but I worry it's a little too hyper-focused.
Yeah. The only thing that like I was worried about making it really general in the first place
Your
is
emperor has returned.
Ra_Zim is the new emperor of the chat. They declare that regardless of other proclamations, Cosmo must accept his cuteness forever, as decreed by the Dragon Council. All hail Emperor Ra_Zim.
Lol.
nice.
There.
Charlie
Got him.
Brown ugged.
Sorry, I had to get that in.
You've got
real quick.
Cosmo to Charlie Brown in your chat.
I am okay with this.
Yeah. But yeah, you see what I mean when I say that making it more general would also lead to it having to be so much more expensive.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we could broaden it to like 2 or 3 safely, because there's a lot of conditions.
There are, but that's also why it's cheap. Because, like, for instance, if you pick up like 3 or 4 words for the conditions you don't like, you could slap them all into one spell. Because they're individual words, you're able to slap them all into spells and like mix and match which ones you're up, putting down based on what the opponents are doing.
Oh boy, looking this way, Epic's punning. I don't know, what are your thoughts, Zem?
Sorry, got a little distracted by that. Let me catch up here.
Yep. Affliction is any condition or stat change, but you have to name which one. So, like, I'd have to name, like, sealed or physical damage. Obviously, for it to be an affliction, it has to be a negative stat change.
Yeah.
Or condition.
All right, so I'm caught up on what this is currently doing. What's the discussion?
About whether or not to make it more generalized and increase the cost appropriately.
Because right now you have to take a word per affliction, and there's a lot of afflictions. So it'd have to be very cheap in the XP purchase, because it only does one thing.
I think I'm okay with having it, individualized for each one, and just making the XP cost cheap.
Okay.
Yeah, because like, if it's generalized, by God, does that need to be expensive? You know what I mean? Like, it'd be so expensive, but it's also an effect that, like, basically everyone would want to have someone have on the team, so someone would have to pick it up, almost. Conditions and negative stat changes are very good.
Yeah.
Poison is just poison.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what poison you're afflicted with, you're still, it's still one thing for this.
Yep.
Yeah, I just worry about having to go through the list of how many conditions we have. It's like 20-something. You have to pick up one of these for each of those if you want to be broad with that, and then the stat drops on top of that. It's just, oof.
Yeah. It's a lot, but also it's just also going to become prohibitive if we package it.
It's one of those things where we could make it generalized, but then you'd have to spend a lot of XP for that.
Let's see where it goes for now. I just worried way too hyper focused, but guess that's a bridge we'll cross when we cross it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because also the idea is, like, maybe you don't care about all conditions. Maybe you specifically care about one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, maybe you're going into, and maybe you live in an area where there's, like, a ton of enemies that have blight attached to them, and they do a lot of blight. So you don't really care about someone applying weary, you care about blight. You don't have to cast a cure. I mean, I guess we could also put in a one where it is the generalized version and it's just really fucking expensive. We could just have both.
Worth consideration. Let's just keep this for now and see how it feels. If we need the general one, we can bring it in later.
I just wanted to point out, we could just make both.
Yeah.
Anyway, next up is Featherlight. Or it's cheap, but it's literally just reduced bulk.
That's fine.
Works
How
for me.
do I move this thing that is far too heavy, Featherlight?
And can concentrate.
Yeah. And then Gravity is just, what if I want to make your weapon a lot heavier, for example? What if I want to make this, like, gate super heavy so it's really hard to lift? The portcullis. Can Gravity.
Can gravity?
Can gravity. Can
I
you
was talking
gravity?
about-
I can gravity.
Can Gravity? Yeah.
Can gravity.
Yeah, I was, because I was talking about Gravity, my brain just went to writing Gravity. Nice. Go me.
All right.
There goes gravity.
We're about halfway through this.
We're a bit more than halfway, but yeah.
A bit more, but I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of fading.
We can pause.
We can pause. I mean, I'm good to keep going, but, like, yeah, we can pause.
Yeah, same am I, but I'm probably going to read more tomorrow.
This is why I said we'd need many hours to go through.
Yeah, I want to keep... You know what? Let's just keep going. I can go until the 1. Yeah.
How about a small break, Zim?
Yeah,
would
we
that
have a-
help?
that would
If you
be
stood
good.
up, got a drink.
Yeah, let's
used
do
the
a small
bathroom.
break. I could
All
go
right.
grab a drink.
Yep. Same here. I need to use the bathroom anyways. There we go.
Ooh, okay, I'm back. But yeah, chat, are you starting to see why this document was called Semi-Sane Edition? Because believe you me, I was going fucking crazy making this at one point. It used to be worse. No, what part of it are you not seeing, Gabby? The same? Believe you me, it's there compared to some of what I wrote before. Believe you me. You know that's not what I was saying, Gabby. The ducks do be going. Cosmo is cute, that is true.
I'm definitely awake now.
Oh,
I
as
just
he
had the
blushes.
Shit scared out of me. Oh,
Don't
blushy
worry.
Cosmo.
I was about to say Blushy Cosmo is here, so you know.
I was standing outside, taking a breather, getting my headphones off, getting actual air, touching grass, standing on my stoop, and it was too dark to see because I never turn on the light, because usually things leave me the heck alone here in the city. But some animal, I think it might have been an opossum actually, walked right in front of the stoop, like an inch away from my feet, and freaked me the fuck out because I couldn't see what it was.
Fair.
And when I turned on the light, I couldn't see where it went. So I have no idea what it was. And I didn't have my phone on me, so I couldn't even turn on my flashlight.
Epic, the answer is probably.
Epic, you're my adorable little boy. Come here. You can sit in my lap too. Be nice and warm.
But yeah, Era, do you see why this document is called Semi-Sane Edition?
I don't want to see the other one.
You don't.
There's a good Epic. Now I can pet you. Well, we're a little bit further than halfway, actually. I'd say we're about 2/3 of the way.
That's why when he said we're like halfway, I'm like, we're more than halfway. Especially considering we still have to get to the Tempest tree, which has a bunch of different it's like multiple pages by itself. It has a bunch of different weather magic like listed out, but it's also on hold until we actually get weather rules.
Yeah.
Because until we have actual weather rules, Tempest magic doesn't do anything. That, and also we have illusion, and illusion is gonna be pretty similar to runic, where it's just looking at it and going, yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I love illusion personally, but
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be great. I guess the other one that kind of doesn't exist too much of is alteration. I mean, because I kind of wanted to make stuff for that, but like I was just like making actual rules for that. I was looking at that. I was going, I don't know what to fucking do.
that one's going to be weird because alteration is almost always weird and it always feels shoehorned in.
Yeah, which is why like I didn't. It will exist, but I also figured it doesn't need to exist for the beta, so let's be real.
No, you could base it off the nonsense we were doing in Digimon, though. Changing minor properties of things and stuff like that.
That's kind of what was already like listed out, but like codifying it is
Going to be hard, yes.
yeah, which is
That's
why
going
I'm
to take
just
more than napkin math.
it's going to take more than napkin math, and I didn't want to dedicate to that until like this entire like foundation was approved.
Yeah, we can always modularize the whole alteration into the advanced rules, anyways.
Yeah.
Because a lot of alteration is one of those weird things where they're usually very specific in other games, I've noticed.
Yeah.
They're great and have application, but you really got to know how to use them and abuse the way that they work. Especially with the weird things that they add onto them. Did you know Shapestone requires to have a wood figurine first?
No.
Yeah.
Huh.
At least it did in one system. I don't know if it's about the same. Let me read this. Yeah, in Pathfinder they fixed it. But apparently in 3.5e you were required to have a small wood carving of the thing that you're trying to change the stone into. Which I guess. Sure. I guess I'm just dropping little Kirby's on everybody.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, it's just kind of the thing, one of the things where I'm like, if I have to like, if I go through the effort to try and like make this shit, and then we change how some of the base rules work that make this invalid, I'm going to like, shoot myself.
Yeah, we can always hold off on it.
Which is why I did. I also have the excuse of, fuck it, I made like 90 other words already. I can not do this tree right now. Considering just what we have so far is enough that we could do a lot with this.
Oh, and I'm sure now that there's a precedent, people are going to be jumping in and being like, here's a suggestion, we just needed a baseline to run off of how it worked.
Yeah, a baseline with enough stuff that people can kind of cobble together whatever it is that they wanted to do. Like, by God, looking at a lot of this, I'm just looking at it like, this is going to be so much fun. And also, like, holy shit.
I've already got an ask that I'm going to have to do, though. Right away in Wild Traditions, the moment Thales has this access. Applying attributes. Can I have Holy?
Oh, you mean the pure one? Yeah.
Yep, can well, I don't know if Giratina gives cure or not. That would be a question.
Well, it is specified that even evil gods would still give pure.
Yeah,
Corrupt
so
is for demons.
I'd immediately be asking for pure.
Yeah. Which, like, Zim has that on one of his characters, and then there's another character who applies pure to all fire-type moves. So it's like, I don't think it'll be that.
Oh,
hard
Epic's
to
gonna
get.
fall asleep in my lap here.
Nice. Sleepy
But yeah.
little boy.
I'm gonna ask for it.
Fair enough. I mean, hey, the worst he'll say is no or not yet.
Yep. If I don't get that, I don't know how I'm gonna theme all of Thales' attacks. I guess I could make them all astral.
Make them all astral.
Yeah.
Or shadow.
I'm trying to avoid doing. I like Shadow a lot and maybe too much, and I'm
Hi.
desperately trying to push myself from using it constantly because hi, Shadow Dragon.
Hi.
Trying to make characters that don't use it to expand, because otherwise I feel boring. And I think Astral fits Thales' slight neurotic tendencies better.
That's fair.
Well, I'm glad that we got cozy voices.
Yeah, true.
We could sing a lullaby to you. We got a lot of suggestions to go through too, Blue Bat, so we're trying. There is only 3 plus or minus of us. Like, there are other people that are involved to various degrees, but, you know, plus or minus because reasons.
Yeah. I do a lot of, what's the word? I do a lot of, like, the math on things.
Oh, Gabby, I appreciate it. I check Tel's math sometimes. I'm just here to do QA and arguments most of the time. Sometimes I come up with ideas and I write out a big document and then Zim rolls his eyes at me.
Yep. And yeah, I definitely appreciate that you left a lot of suggestions for Magic. Haven't actually, like, implemented a lot of, because a lot of this was, I was also having to design the mechanics of it, so...
I am back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
You're good.
Once we actually have this, I'll go through, like, a lot of people's suggestions and add things. Because I am but one person, I cannot think of all the magic.
But you're a dragon.
Yeah, but I can't think of all the magic. That's why I hang out with other dragons.
Okay, true. Welcome back, Zim.
Sorry about that.
Yep, you're fine. Break is a break for a reason.
Yes.
Besides, I kept chat pretty entertained, I think.
Fair enough.
Apparently, I put Gabby to sleep. But shall we?
Yep, we do have enchantment to go through.
Let's do it.
Honestly, we're closer to the end than we seem anyway. Because, you know, there's, like, the Tempest section, which also, like, is on hold until we have actual weather rules.
We're basically 2/3 of the way through.
A little bit more, but yeah. Enchantment. Start off with Reinforce. Cost X times 2 motes. Item loses X less durability the next X times it would lose durability within the next X hours. Probably I can't concentrate. This is your, like, you know, reinforcing armor, reinforcing a door, reinforcing your weapons so it's harder to break. That kind of stuff.
Sounds good.
Yep, fine with it.
Yep. Keen. This is your crit chance. Starts off as item gains X divided by 2 crit chance for the next X attacks. And the burn version, you can choose an entity. And it also grants Inspired for the next X times 2 attacks. As a reminder, Inspired is the one where you're able to ignore your an opponent's or your target's positive defensive stat changes.
Can we change the burn motes up a little bit?
We can. It doesn't change the amount of crit chance you get.
But no, but
giving
it's
any
the
amount of crit chance is pretty good.
inspiration that kind of goes.
Yeah, fair.
Four or 5, I'm not sure.
Start at 4, I guess.
Yeah. Unless we want to stick with the rule that people like it better if we make things cheaper. But then again, this is brand new, so they can eat it.
Yeah, I have warned people so many times that there is going to be a bunch of stuff that gets rebalanced out of this.
Yeah, very much so.
If they get married to the idea of something being cheap and, like, really good, and we go, hey guys, sorry, we fucked up, this needs to be a lot more expensive. I'm sorry, but we told you. Alright, category warding. Cost 4 motes, X times 4. Item gains +1 resistance to category of damage for X turns. The burn version is entity gains +1 resistance to category damage for X times 2 turns. with category being like, the physical ethereal. So basically pick one. Do you ward against physical or do you ward against ethereal?
I'm fine with that. That looks fine to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
And the expend very particularly doesn't let you put it on people. If you want to apply that to a person, you're burning. Affinity consuming. Basically works in a very similar way, but it works with an affinity, and has a cost of X times 3. Item has X affinity negation for X turns, and the burn changes it to entity and minutes.
I am also fine with this one as is.
What do you think, Zim?
Windows sound.
Yeah, sorry. My only concern
wanna-
is the name.
Yeah, do we want warding?
We can just keep using warding.
Yeah, because consuming has a meaning now.
Yeah, fair. Because the original name idea was like, oh yeah, it like eats the energy of the affinity.
Yeah, I see where you're going, bud.
Yeah. Seeking, it's bypass accuracy. Base version gives it to an item, burn gives it to an entity, and doubles the amount of attacks. This one is extra funny to me because if you apply it to an enemy, you can turn off their high crit build.
Yeah, you were
giving
mentioning
them
that.
bypass accuracy. I just think it's very funny and very exemplary of what you should be trying to do with magic. It's very funny.
About your high crit, I'm just gonna make sure I always hit normally. Sorry.
You're gonna hit, but not a crit.
Yeah. I bet Zim can't wait to throw this on Narashi.
Maybe.
I can't wait to see somebody throw this on a grenade.
Yeah. You can just make a grenade have bypass accuracy. Then again, you could do that normally anyway with the weapons. You just make a bypass accuracy grenade.
Yeah, but it's funnier when you just have a mage sitting there, tossing your grenade up in his hands, just being like, "Oh, hi, adventures, seeking grenade."
Speaking of, another funny thing is called proficient. For the base version, grants anyone using the item proficiency for the next X uses. And the burn version is grants X creatures with proficiency with everything for the next X minutes. Both of these could probably be can't concentrate, I think. Or maybe the burn version can't concentrate.
Do we want the modes to be that cheap for this? And do we want to also, since there's tiers, grants anyone using an item of equivalent tier?
We can do that. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah. This will not grant you the ability to use a god staff. Unless you have the ability to give somebody the ability to use a god staff.
Good night, Ido.
Night,
Good
Ido.
night, good boy.
Such a fluffy boy. Fluffy, fluffy, fluffy. We'll just tuck him in next to Gimmond, it's fine. Then we can all look and be like, oh, that's adorable.
Well, now I'm gonna have to bring out the burn heal and get Ido all patched up because Gimmond's gonna overheat so bad if you do that.
I know, right?
No, it'll be fine. Just
You
do what
need
I
to
do
get-
and put a body pillow between them, like I do, and then he's just a heater.
I don't think you understand just how overheated Geeman gets with Ido. That
No, I've
body
been told.
pill is gonna set on fire.
Okay, fine. We'll get the heat repellent or the heat blankets out. You know the ones the firefighters use? Fine.
Oh, okay.
I want to see adorableness. Yeah, I guess for now that's fine. I'm just worried about, I'm just slightly worried about the moat cost.
Want to kick it up to 3?
For now.
What do you think about that now, Zim?
Yeah, that works.
Cool.
I can concentrate on that.
Yeah.
Might want to put that on the prior ones as well.
Yeah.
Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Eddie.
There's a reason why I said we can make a lot of these concentrates.
Yeah.
I'm not putting.
Maybe we just need to write out an overrule that if it has a time thing, you can concentrate on it. Blah blah blah.
Maybe, but I also kind of don't want that to be on Keen. Not gonna lie.
True. Okay.
Just to be fair.
We're gonna have to do the Pathfinder thing. We're gonna have to have special letters.
Well, I haven't been saying that for specific numbers of attacks.
True.
That's a little different than a actual time frame.
Yeah.
Yeah,
X
I guess I'll
minutes,
remove
X
it.
hours, X rounds. But things to play with later. If it sticks, then we can always do special formatting.
Yeah, I guess uses and attacks shouldn't have canned concentrate, but if it's a duration, we could put canned concentrate.
Yes.
All right. But we can do a pass through on that. Alteration. This is I was talking with Era about this. Most of these, like, I feel like an alteration tree should exist, but like also making one is really hard. That isn't like just batshit insane, as well as all that. The only one that's actually in there is called Guard, which could also probably have a better name, but that's just what I came up with.
We were discussing pushing out any alteration until after the magic system's more clean. And since alteration tends to be funky and niche, possibly even moving it to a later module.
Yeah, I'm okay with having that. I don't think we'll push it to to another module, but
Pushing it back because that's going to be hard to balance otherwise.
yeah.
Alteration is notably always either useless or a completely fucking insane school of magic.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and just mark it as we'll come back to it.
All right.
So all in yellow.
Yep. All right, illusion. This is going to be a lot of rubber stamping.
A lot of what?
Oh,
Rubber stamping.
Because a lot of it, there's like tactile, auditory, that kind of stuff where you make that kind of illusion.
Simple shit.
Yeah, overlay, which I forgot to delete the little tagline thing. Cost X times 3 emotes. Place an illusion over an existing entity, changing up to X aspects or details about it for X minutes. So, think a color, the texture that it looks like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You get up to X changes you make. The burn version, the burn version changes any amount for X hours.
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that. It's prestidigitation.
Yep.
Can concentrate.
Yeah, can't concentrate. The next is Seamless, which is how you make your illusions undetectable. Because illusions.
Yep.
Like, without this, like, your illusions can be discovered by, like, you know, other things like squinting at them enough. Like, you know, being able to see, like, actual details and realize things are off. With Seamless, it, you know, prevents that.
What
Also,
was the true sight cost?
True Sight is a bit lower at X times 2. But that's also because if you don't have the True Sight active, you aren't going to know that it's an illusion. You have to suspect that there's an illusion first, generally, to activate your True Sight.
Yeah. I still feel like the Seamless should be a bit cheaper than that.
That's fair.
I'm thinking 3, maybe 4.
It should be 4. Because the thing about it is that it's a very good effect, even at like level 1.
Yeah,
if you get a
it makes
level 1 Seamless effect, it's really good.
Most people are gonna miss it. It's
Yeah.
like having secret doors around when there's no elf in the party.
It's just one of those things also that, you know, the Seamless is useless by itself, but it needs something else, so we gotta keep that in mind.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Start there, we can always reduce it.
Yep. Tactile, which, you know, the illusion now has tactile feedback for, you know, however many interactions, X interactions. So, like, you know, if people keep messing with it, it'll fall apart with the expend version. But, like, you know, if someone goes by, just, like, knocks on it once or twice, they'll think that they're having the correct tactile feedback, and if they move on, you know, elbozo. But, like, you know, if someone tries to, like, punch through it, their arm's just gonna go right through. They'll probably, like, think they hurt something for, like, half a second. The burn version just gives it tactile feedback for the next X hours. There's no use limit, nothing like that. It's just how, for the next X hours. Which I'll write down to kind of concentrate. It's not very expensive, but it provides use because, you know, it makes your illusions more believable.
I think the expend instead of interactions should be minutes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because it's weird to change from one... Because technically with the interactions, that could last forever if nobody actually interacts with it past that number.
Yeah, I guess.
Just leave a little ice in the middle of the woods somewhere, you're fine. One person someday may walk over it and slip and fall in their butt, and that's the best joke you've ever pulled in your life.
Yep. Morphing. Illusion will shift and accommodate interactions within its capabilities for X minutes. And the burn version changes that to hours.
What do you mean exactly by this?
Depending on what kind of illusion it is, you know, like let's say I make an illusion of a castle wall for whatever reason. It's there, but it's in the distance, and like let's say like I'm making the enemies try and think that there's defenses there, so they shoot like from a distance. They shoot a cannon at it. I have morphing on it, so the wall will, like, the illusion will shift to show that it's been, like, quote-unquote damaged by what they did, even if on the other side, the cannonball just sailed through.
Okay.
Like,
It's
that
yeah,
kind
I'm
of
with that.
idea.
Yeah.
Like, let's say, let's say you're making an illusion of another person. And, like, you know, you're putting in, like, you know, auditory illusions on people interacting with it and all that. all that kind of stuff, and you put morphing on it, it'll make it so that way, it
It
doesn't
actually
appear
moves.
like a fucking lifeless rock in human form, It
Yep.
basically just makes it so that way your illusion live updates. Simulacra. Cost is X times 3. Generate an illusion of a target creature you can see for X minutes or until it takes X damage. Well, end quotes, but it doesn't actually absorb
Creature.
any damage.
That works for me.
Yep. You can also use this to like target yourself and make little simulacras of yourself that like enemies might get confused of and attack.
Mirror
Mirror
image.
Yeah. You can use it to change around the enemies as well, and like have your enemies suddenly have like a bunch of extra copies of themselves running around. They don't know which ones are real. They try and do a fucking combo with one of the simulacra only for it to turn out the simulacra doesn't actually exist. Illusions. I copy you now. And the burn version is just you have to know of the creature, and it changes to hours. Obviously, this is going to be can't concentrate. Auditory makes it an auditory illusion.
Moving back up to morphing, I think that should be reduced to ×3.
Times 3. That's fair.
Okay.
I know how bullshit illusions can get, so making them even better, I kind of tended towards the more expensive cost for the illusion upgrades.
Oh no, the other Shadow Dragon likes illusions too.
My favorite Pokemon is a Zoroark. What does that tell you?
Which one were we on? We were on
We were
Auditory.
discussing auditory.
Auditory.
It's literally just auditory illusions last X minutes or hours.
Yeah, just rubber stamp that, I think.
Interesting one. Nightmare/dream. Causes the target to lose touch with reality for X rounds, either seeing things they would consider pleasant or horrifying and reacting appropriately.
Ooh, I like that one.
And the burn version changes it to minutes. Obviously, these are also going to be canned concentrates. It's literally just, hey, what if I just, like, make you see things you either like or don't like? I will give you either a good hallucination or a bad hallucination. There you go.
Oh, hey there, Likos. Good to see you.
Likos.
Hello.
Cost is X times 4, considering the things you can do with this.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I like it.
Artifice. Structure illusion. To match simulacra, which is the creature illusion.
Do you want me to get rid of generate an illusion of a structure, since I think that's a...
Yeah. Some of these taglines I forgot to get rid of.
Yeah, I was about to say, this looks like more taglines. Okay. I'm fine with Artifice.
Which is also really funny because you could basically use it to just like hide yourself. If you like put an illusion of a barrel around where you're standing or sitting or whatever, because people will just see the barrel instead. But the moment anything tries to touch it, if you don't have tactile, they'll just like fucking fall through the barrel they just tried to lean on and land on you instead. Oops. Anyway, mirror. Mirrors the target.
Yep.
I'm doing well, Likos. How are you? Yeah, that's good.
Yep. Invisibility. Based on how we changed some other things, I'm just gonna immediately put this up to like 9. Because of how we changed some other things. The base version, target gains partial stealth for X rounds or until they are successfully hit or revealed in some way. And the burn version is just you get full stealth for X minutes.
Yeah. It's invisibility.
It's invisibility. Hey, there it is. It goes in
Yeah.
illusion. Obviously. And then Silent Spell.
Ooh.
Cost X times 3 motes. X other words in this spell become silent. If all words are silent, you may cast a spell without the ability to speak and without audibly alerting others. This word is already silent.
Ooh.
And the burn version changes it to X times 2 spells, words. If all words are silent, you may cast ability without speaking without alerting others. You give no physical indications of casting the spell. This word is already silent.
I like that one. Ooh.
That's supposed to be X times 3 motes, by the way.
Yeah, I kind of guessed.
It takes up a word, but utility.
I think that we should have. So I guess this brings up a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to assume that all spells have both a verbal and somatic component?
I was underneath the assumption of that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. In that case, I think we should also do still spell separate. But
Yeah.
I don't think that illusion is quite the right place to put this.
Yeah. I didn't really have a better place to put it, especially considering, like, I was just working under the mental thing of, like, okay, well, like, just make it so you're putting an illusion that, like, makes it seem like you're not doing anything. Or saying anything. There is probably a better place for it. I'm just explaining why I shoved it there.
Yeah.
Well, I like silent where it is right now, personally.
Maybe what we should
he's
do
talking
is
about
just
which?
do a general school. And that's where we could put things like accuracy, power, range, and then, of course, these.
Yeah, fair.
That works.
Let's
Yeah,
go
we
in
can
and
do
do that, yeah.
I'm gonna like silent spell.
Wow,
The nice
Silent
thing
Spell
about the way
being
that this is
popular
doing
and
is you're not eating up spell levels. God.
I kind of hated how that worked.
Same, I always did. It felt like too punishing and made it really hard to actually, like, reliably use. Unless you dumped into it hard.
I could see it being in mentalism as well, Raijin, but I think it would be better just to make a general school. Maybe call it universal instead. I say just put it at the top of the list.
I already did. I'll change it to universal.
They quite like the Rue there, Lycos. For those that don't know, Lycos is the one that drew the Rue form.
Hey, very nice.
Super
That's a good
Patrick.
form. But yeah. I'll just go ahead and move that up there right now, actually.
Okay.
It'll just exist up there. Otherwise, you fine with that, Zim? How it?
Well, like I said, no physical indications, that would be under
Well, yeah.
still.
I kind of, was deleting that already.
Yeah, that looks good. Gotta get back down to where we were. Ah, blood.
Yep. We're at the start of
blood, and death.
Which has a lot of interesting ones, actually. This is one of my favorite schools. First of all, heal. Cost X motes, provides X heal power, cost X power cap. The upgraded version, I'll probably just change that to a 3, actually.
Do we want heal to be true heal, or do we want it to be True heal only on burn.
I mean, that was going to be my next question. On one hand, it's magic.
I think we should keep it in line with other things. I would say that they can pick it up at attribute 12, but make it its own word.
So split it into 3, basically.
Yeah.
Follow the same rules.
Well,
Yeah.
not 3, because it's only going to be 2.
Oh, well, 2.
Because remember, protection already exists, which is the
Yep.
shield.
So split into 2. Temp healed, true heal or something like that, I guess.
I'm just going to call it restorative heal and true heal.
That works.
Breaking the fucking creative bank here, but, you know.
The bank don't need no more money.
I'll just double the moat cost for the true heal version.
Sounds good to
Yep.
me.
Requires attribute 12. That tagline can exist there.
Yeah. And that way, you know, you get access to it sooner than you do with moves. But yeah.
Yep. It's, you know, congratulations, magic is good at healing. Who'da thunk it?
And I see your next one. I'll let you explain it. Then I've got a request immediately after it.
Yep. Rack. I know I verbally explained this before. Spell removes restorative healing equal to X. The cost X power cap. Removal happens before any damage is dealt. Burn version changes that to X times 3. The thought process and flavor behind this is because restorative healing is the equivalency of like, you know, pushing through the pain, ignoring it, like, you know, adrenaline kind of like going through, so you're just not focused on it. Rack is making you feel every bit of that damage that you've already taken.
Yep.
That's the flavor of it. What do you think?
I like it. My question is... Sorry, things are moving around and it's throwing me off.
Sorry, that's just me putting the restorative and true healing in the other ones up above.
Okay. Okay, so it's basically guaranteed damage, but only against restorative healing.
Yeah.
Basically erase restorative healing.
Yeah. Which that's the other way of thinking of it. I just worded it like this. So that way it technically there's no confusion over it being a damage effect or not, because it's removing something instead.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Because then otherwise people would question, can I apply my, you know, damage increasers to this? None of that. It just removes. It's not technically damage. But yeah, this is one of the more creative ones I came up with.
So I have a follow-up question then, Taldarius.
Yep.
If we could get something. Healing blocking. Or blocking healing.
That is something that I've considered. But also, I didn't know how we felt about heal blockage already, so I didn't want to just throw it in.
I say we treat it just like true healing.
I
If
think
nothing else, it's going to be a condition.
Yeah. I am
But it
okay
definitely
with
sounds like
it.
magic BS.
I am okay with it. What I am thinking is that it will be kind of like a reverse temp HP kind of thing. Like negative temp HP. You're not actually hurting, but you gotta get healed past that before you actually feel healing.
I was kind of thinking just well, kind of like that, but does it get expended is the question.
Well, that would be expended, at least my idea there, but if you wanted to just outright block the next heal attempt, we could go
I was
that
thinking
route
about
as well.
blocking a certain amount of points. Since we got a thing
that's
here,
what I was
we
saying.
could do. Yeah. Well, no, just in the last. X
He's
amount
saying
of time.
like X equal thing, block that much healing from all heal.
Yep.
So
for
like, you know,
amount
X
of
equals
turns.
2, remove 2 from every bit of healing as long as it lasts.
Yep.
Oh, I'm okay with that.
And it doesn't have to be all that powerful, but you know those 1 or 2 little pop heals that happen.
Yeah.
Being able to shut those down can really change a battle.
I mean, that
So-
would you could essentially stop heal over time with that.
Yes.
Yep. So there was one trait that I was trying to think of, which no, that name doesn't actually even work for it. So, I mean, I feel like this is in Blood School anyway.
Yeah.
For heal block, either that or Necromancy. Do we want to hear or Necromancy?
I think here's better. Personally.
Oh, whoops! I did something dumb. I accidentally changed. I instead of click apply, I clicked update.
Yep. I think it's better here. I can see an argument for necromancy, but if Rack is going to be here, I feel like this should be here too. Yin and yang it.
Yeah.
We can always move it.
We're gonna name it something like Chronic.
Chronic. I actually like that. Chronic pain. Rack and chronic.
Rack and Chronic, yeah.
Why does that sound like a movie from the 60s involving Cheech and Chong?
You're gonna make me want White Castle.
I don't know. For me, my mind's just going to "You will bleed."
What are you guys thinking? Minutes, hours,
Rounds, honestly.
rounds? Okay.
Can concentrate though.
Well, yeah. And concentrate, and then the burst. We can probably just make this X times 2 and minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, works for me.
And I can think of some evil things to do with this, man.
Oh, yeah. You know. You can only, if you burn it, turn off basically all their fucking healing for a few minutes until they manage to get rid of this.
No, what you do is you put a bunch of stacks of this on them, so that way no true healing's probably going to get through. Beat them to the point where they're bleeding out, then stack on a bunch of preventative healing, and send them to a hospital. So that way they walk in and then just drop your preventative healing off of them. Immediately bleeding out, can't be saved. I'm evil.
Yeah, that is pretty evil.
Great way to send a message, though.
So for Chronic, instead of all sources, I should probably write restorative and true.
Yeah.
I would say that the expend version is only restorative, but then the burn version is where true. Well, actually, no. We'll leave it as that, and then burn is all sources, including preventative.
All right.
Let's do it that route.
Burn Chronic is mean. Anyway.
Yes. Chronic period is mean.
Yeah.
I mean, Thales is taking that, by the way.
But, it's
no.
also,
Look at my surprise.
blood magic that is generally considered in all mediums, the epitome of evil.
Yeah, well, except for the good parts of it. But that's normally labeled as healing, even though it's totally blood magic.
Well, usually they
Pretty
put healing under, like, necromancy or something, or just kind of, this is just, don't trust us, this isn't really part of any particular school, believe us.
Yeah, totally. For political reasons. It's not a part of any school. Shuffles the helpful blood magic under the fucking blood magic and necromancy, because it's like basically a split of the two under the fucking bed. Pretends like nothing is there. But yeah, okay. So we got Soothe next, which cost is X times 2 motes. Target no longer experiences the symptoms of a disease for the next X minutes. You know, it's just like I soothe your symptoms for the next few minutes.
I like
Obviously
it.
can't concentrate. And the burn version changes that to hours.
Yep, works for me.
Diseases are nasty, so I feel like this is appropriate, considering it's just the soothe. Next up is Cure, which has double the cost. Honestly, might be able to go up. Costs X times 4 motes, restore up to X attribute damage caused by disease. Target auto passes the next X saves to resist poison. We could obviously split this up into cure disease and cure poison, but this is one where it's 2 fucking things. I think we can bundle this.
I'm okay with it being bundled. The cost definitely needs to be higher, though.
Yeah. Probably like 6s. Let's also just go up down here.
Yeah, I think 6 is good. We'll see how it feels, but then again, those things don't really come up often, so, you know.
They
whatever.
are kind of rarer, which is why I didn't put the cost as high.
Yeah.
The burn version restores double the amount of attribute damage, and it starts reducing intensity. It should also reduce the poison's intensity. I just kind of forgot to write that.
I will say, I don't think I want this to actually cure, you know, actually remove it.
Okay.
So...
In that case, I think we should put X higher than 2, though.
The burn version, we're just, regardless of tier, it'll reduce the intensity by 1 to a minimum of 1. I think that's how we should do it. See you later, Likos. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, Likos. Alright, that where you want it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Next up is Regenerate. The expend version. Partially heal an injury on target, removing negative narrative effects of it for X hours. So, the narrative effects, not the mechanical. Like, you know, if you use that on a leg that, you know, has a wound on it, reducing their movement speed. Their movement speed goes back to normal, but their health lowering is still there. The burn version, I was also going with an intensity reduction.
So give somebody back their hearing temporarily, for instance.
Yeah, or, like, you know, fix up their fucking leg. It isn't temporarily, though. This is like, you know, your magical, I heal you now.
Yep.
It also costs 10 motes.
A lot.
Yeah, but I'm...
Magic kind of needs a fix your wounds thing.
I'm still really uncertain about removing injuries. Like, I'm okay with the expend one. But actually being able to remove an injury altogether, I'm not sure about that.
We can make it more expensive, but come on, it's magic. If nothing else can, magic should be capable of speeding up your recovery time.
Well, yeah, but this isn't really speeding up so much as removing the recovery time altogether.
Alternative option. Even though it hasn't been introduced yet, the burn could also take time. We could make it an hour per tier or something like that of this being cast because it takes that much focus to do so.
We could also say can only use this version during long rest.
I'm okay with it being... I'm okay with it removing the effects of an injury. Though you can only be under the effects of this one time. Or, you know, only once at a time. So if you do have, you know, 2 injuries, you're only getting one of those removed.
So it can only reduce 1 injury tier.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it says an injury. That's already a part of it. You heal an injury.
What I am thinking is that it's something that it reduces recovery time by half.
In that case, we need to have actual recovery time rules for injuries.
Well, that'll still mostly be up to the storyteller.
I guess, but it's kind of hard to make rules for something when it's like half of recovery time. Okay, what's the recovery time? I don't know.
All right, we'll have it be this, but it requires casting during a long rest. The burned motes will remain burned for the next day. So, you know, after the long rest, those motes are still burned.
Until the next long rest.
During that long rest. I think that's the cleanest way of wording it. Cast can only be cast during a long rest, and the motes burned by regenerate do not recover during that long rest.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best option. That way, if they don't have access to a doctor to fix it, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's magic. Of all things, I genuinely believe that magic should be the one thing that lets you fix up stuff like this if it also has resurrection magic. It'd be kind of silly to have, I resurrect you, can I heal what's wrong? No, what the fuck? No, I gotta kill you first. Then I can resurrect
Fair
you.
enough.
Come on.
Which actually we should probably look at Resurrect and have some stuff with similar to this with that.
I'll highlight it.
Yeah.
I would assume resurrectees come back with 3 injuries almost by default at lower.
That was kind of the idea. I didn't like hard write that in already, but that was kind of the idea.
Yeah, we should hard write it in at the very least.
Yeah, I highlighted it. We can go back to it.
Even though it would be funny to have a cleric that's like, sorry, you got 2 injuries. I don't have regenerate, so hold still, stab, res. There we go.
All better.
You killed me! No, I just temporarily or made the injuries worse. That way I can make them better. Teehee.
Though, the other side of this that we need to consider for regenerate.
Yep.
Because in general, like, injuries are not... It's more you have, 1, 2, and 3 injuries, not really an intensity of them.
Well,
so I'm not
we called it intensity.
Yeah, fair. I guess we can just expand injuries to have multiple tiers to them. And you're just affected by the highest one you have.
I mean, that's what we did originally.
Yeah, we'll make that solid there.
Yeah,
we'll come back.
Because remember, the other thing is that you can have multiple injuries on you already anyway, and it's not like,
We should probably streamline injuries then.
We need to streamline injuries and make actual recovery rules for them. Besides, like, a nebulous, it gets better when it gets better.
But bridges to cross later.
Yeah, we got... Let's finish this up. Next up is Adrenaline. Cost is X times 6. Target gains an additional standard action for X rounds, but loses a standard action for the same amount of rounds after.
It's haste, but a little bit... kicks you afterwards. Got it.
Yep. And the burn version doubles and halves those, respectively. If you burn it, you're going to be kicking ass in fast forward for a bit, and you'll feel pretty good about it, once you have a little bit of recovery.
How much did we make the haste spell cost again? Because that feels higher.
The other one didn't have downsides, but...
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if haste was lower than this.
Yeah, so accelerate was 10.
Okay.
This is 6.
I think we can...
I'm thinking... I'm not fond of the loses his standard action for rounds after. Simply because, sure, a lot of combats don't wind up lasting that long. So it's like you cast this at tier 5, and your, combat's over before the downside actually kicks in. I think instead what we should do is kind of lean into the blood side of it and make it have like a health cost or maybe exhaustion. And we could also lower the moats on it.
But gains exhaustion every round.
I don't know, that's what I was tossing out. I'm not sure that feels a little too much. Because exhaustion's kind of hard to get rid of, but...
1 exhaustion per X, or X exhaustion?
That's the same amount.
Is it?
Yeah. Because you have X rounds.
Could do X divided by 2.
Then what do we do for the burn version?
Bleh.
I know I like the X divided by 2 exhaustion. That feels good.
I mean, I guess doubling the amount of rounds that you have it for without increasing the exhaustion cost is already pretty good on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Due to the nature of adrenaline, I don't know if we want to make that a canned concentrate, but I'll write it anyway.
I mean, it's funny because there is a negative side to this. You could literally force somebody into an adrenaline spike until for like 10, 20 rounds, and then just drop it. So I can see this being used in a way to mess with an enemy or something like that.
Force them into that exhaustion crash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially a silent spell and still spell, you stack those two on with range and adrenaline and just hold it while you're watching the enemy from a distance. Until they crash.
To be fair,
they're gonna crash.
One thing to keep in mind for all of these is that obviously in order to affect your opponent, you need to get past their defenses. But yeah.
Yeah. But it would be an interesting use of this particular one because of its downside.
Yeah.
Exploiting its downside, not its good side.
Well, yeah, but then again, literally everything with a downside means that you can use that offensively in some way.
Yep.
Anyways, attribute pox. Give them a disease at attribute or at intensity X divided by 3 with the disease targeting whatever attribute you chose. And then to let it get going a little bit, it can't be detected for a few days because it's a magical illness. I don't know if we want that to be on the expend version, but I just kind of threw that on there because magical illness.
I would say
Go ahead.
I would say remove the unable to be detected from expend, and for the burn version, remove the ×3 on the unable to be detected.
Yep, fair.
Because to be fair, they're going to notice the attribute loss out of character, and I don't want to have them, deal with that for too long.
Yeah. When I said unable to be detected, I meant by medics. But yeah,
fair.
That makes sense. Make it so it's you get the nice experience of going to the doctor, going, "I'm sick, something's wrong with me," and they go, "I don't know, I don't see anything. Have you tried exercise?"
Yeah, sure, you hypochondriac.
Yeah. But yeah, everyone go with X times 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Tempest doesn't exist yet. You get to scroll for a few pages until we get to Chronomancy. The bullshit itself. The bullshit TM. Look, Chronomancy is fucking insane no matter what you do, so I just made most of it prohibitively expensive because it's Chronomancy. Honestly, if you look at any of these and go make it more expensive, I go fair enough. Fast forward. Cost X times 6. Target object moves forward X days of its own time. Target creature moves forward X hours of its own time. The burn version changes that to years and days, respectively.
Oh, God. Hit somebody with poison with that, or a disease, put fast forward on there. They go from perfectly healthy to basically dead.
Which is why I say, you look at any of these and you tell me to make it more expensive and double it, I go, fair enough.
X10.
X10, cool.
I think... Yeah. Well, I don't know about the rewind one.
No, rewind needs to be that too.
It needs to be matched because it's the same thing. It needs to be matched.
It's the same thing, and also it's like,
that back.
It's like, damn, you I happen to notice that you were dumb and you picked up a disease. So you're gonna get that again anyways, but I'm gonna rewind your time a few days real quick so we could prepare. and find the cure before you get sick?
No, this is the section that's going to make GMs go, motherfucker.
There is a reason why I said chronomancy is just bullshit. But what else am I going to do? It's chronomancy.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
Undo. Cost X times 12. Still probably too low. No, I'm just changing it to 15 right now. It might go up more. Undo is bullshit. Choose a change that occurred in the target within the last X rounds and undo that change, i.e. damage, healing, exhaustion gain, location change, stat change, condition, loss, / gain, etc.
Choose one thing.
One thing.
Yep.
A change. Burn version is... it was supposed to be minutes. Got to change that. A change.
Yep, okay.
Yeah?
It still might be too cheap.
Well,
I
we need
think-
somebody to take it first, but yeah.
Yeah, that's take it and be able to use it, because that would require them to have either one hell of a stockpile in their vessel, or, you know,
Burn the entirety of their vessel and personal reserves at one time just to cast this.
yeah.
On the other hand, it's fucking insane.
Hello there, Lunar. Yes, this is a lot of tabs. We have a lot of documents for working on this stuff, so yeah, I've got a lot of tabs.
All right, real quick, I want you to look in Zim's Discord in media sharing. Here's one of my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows.
I'm not looking. You can't make me. I will post how many submissions I have in FA right now. So help me God.
Yeah,
This is what my stuff looks like.
no worries, Lunar. No worries. We're working on making a tabletop system, so we've got to, there's a lot of stuff here. Like, this here is the main document. This one is for our weapon and armor traits, which I'm still moving over. We've got feat proposal, or feat document that I'm still moving to the main document. Which one's this? Ah, the character sheet, yes. We got our type matchup document.
We got documents. We got documents for your documents. We got documents that catalog your documents into documents.
Yeah, we have document tabs for those as well.
Tabletop RPG Lunar. It is a D10 based system. We're designing to be completely modular, so that way you can take out parts and put in other parts as you wish, so that way you can create any sort of system, game, or environment. Allow you to do anything from Pokemon to Digimon to Monster Hunter, all the way up to your generic fantasy bullshit games and sci-fi.
Yeah, we've got a Star Wars campaign being run with this system, which we stream on Fridays. Well, every
It'll be
other
happening
Friday,
tomorrow.
but you know. Huh?
I said it will be happening tomorrow, so there's
Yes.
that.
I
Future
better be.
we'll have a high fantasy game coming that will be replacing Callers of the Lost using this system. It will be Magitech style too,
Nice.
because I like Magitech.
Magitech is good. I'm in a Magitech game right now.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on with this. It's, by all accounts, a really damn good system. And we are not done yet.
Yep. All right. I'm gonna just jump this also up to like.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I think repeat can be, I was about to say lower than undo.
Yeah.
Because repeat's
I was
just a
gonna-
do that again joke.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is one of the ones where I just made it so it works, so long as they maintain concentration. If they break concentration on the expanded version. It just stops.
Lunar, yeah, it is designed to be a better base for just about anything than what you get with D&D or Pathfinder or all the others. Because
Star Wars, or excuse me, Starfinder. What was the other one? White Wolf.
the werewolf apocalypse and all of those, it is designed to be a very flexible, setting agnostic system.
Yeah, we don't have an official setting for it. We'll make one eventually, but
We'll have a few, I think, available settings. It's everything. We're trying to make what D20 Ultimate was supposed to be, but never ended up being.
And it's not like, other ones like Fate or, what was it, GURPS?
God, GURPS.
Where
people
it's
would
like,
rave about it, and I'm just like, what is this garbage?
we
GURPS,
are...
the game of rulebooks.
The goal here is to give you a playground to do what you want that has, well, like I like to describe it, we're giving you a box of Legos. You can build what you want. Where, unlike other systems that try to do the same thing that we do, where they're just like, all right, here's a pile of plastic. Go ahead and try to form that into Lego bricks, and then build what you want with that.
Yeah, they don't commit to the fucking bit.
GURPS.
Commit to your damn bit.
Oh, I see you have survival. Do you have survival wilderness forest? What? But I have survival. Well, forest is different than a snow biome that is different in the streets. So, you just have general survival, so that fails. Excuse me? Ugh. I'm never gonna live that down. Ever.
But seriously, Lunar, check it out. There's the link for it there, the scar-srd.com. I very highly recommend it. We've been having so much fun with it.
We put so much work into it.
Yeah, we're coming up on 3 years as of next month of very frequent dev sessions. I know we're over 100 dev sessions, and I've been debating if I want to go through the pain of uploading those to Spotify. Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. I don't think it's as important.
So, Taldarius.
Yep.
Funny thing that you can do with repeat right now with 2 time wizards.
Yeah.
They can both cast repeat on each other and tell the other one to cast the spell again. And they will be stuck there.
Oh, no, it repeats the spell. Like, the spell. It doesn't, control what other people do.
Oh, so they just have to cast a spell? They can't... You're not forcing them to cast the exact same spell?
No, they cast the exact same spell, except for repeat or any attempts to copy repeat's effect.
But what if a mage casts repeat on you and you cast a repeat on them? You're forced to cast repeat on them, they're forced to cast repeat on you. Funniness.
This doesn't affect targets. It affects the spell.
That'd be funny, though. Oh, well.
I mean, they'll probably, considering we are doing a mentalism, there'll probably be, a repeat action spell. Forcing them to repeat the action they last did, Encore effect.
Yeah, okay.
But
so
this is literally just, spell echo.
That makes more sense.
Except you can't echo your echo. And it specifically...
You can't cascade
discludes you from echoing your echo through any way. Fuck you, no. I'm not letting you chain this shit infinitely for infinite.
You can't cascade your echo.
Yeah, I know better, no. Which is why it specifically says, except for repeat or any attempts to copy repeats effect. Otherwise, this goes infinite with not even anything else, just itself.
Then I'm fine with it. We might want to bump it up to 15 after all.
We can, yeah.
My only concern with that is we've got to keep in mind what their max moats are naturally. Yes, they can get vessels that they can stockpile more into, but how useful are these going to be if they get one use out of it, like, every several days?
Some of these effects aren't balanced around you using them in the field willy-nilly. They're also balanced around ritual casting.
Yeah, that is fair, but...
We can
I guess I'm
always-
fine keeping it at 10, but yeah.
All right. That's fine then.
We
leave
can
there for
lower
now.
it later. I wanted to point that out. Like, Tal likes to point out, various flaws in logic there. That is my flaw in the logic that I'm... Or not, the flaw in the logic that I'm pointing out there.
Yeah,
It's
I
also
mean, fair
crazy
enough.
bullshit stuff. So
It's just everything in Chronomancy except, like, one thing is... Or two things are, like, prohibitively expensive for a reason.
yeah, I mean, change duration. Honestly, when we get there, I'll cover it when we get there.
When we get there.
Yep.
Anyways, repeat. That's what it does.
I'm fine with it.
The burn version just turns off the concentration requirement, which is really good. Delay. The expend cost, it only costs X motes, may delay up to X words activation for up to X minutes. This is very useful for things, considering you can, for instance, cast the range right now, hit someone, but the actual other words don't activate for a while. So, you could use delay and, like, cast a heal on an ally before they go and do something. And just delay it for a while. You could front load your stuff. It's literally like a planning thing. That's what it does.
Okay, back up.
You can also use it for other funny things like delay cast a mark. So that the mark doesn't activate for a while. And then after, like, with the burn version, with like an hour or two, it suddenly, like, marks and scries.
I can definitely
I like
see
that.
good use for it. I do have concerns about, people going into, literally casting, okay, I'm going to heal and delay on you, and we're going to cast that again and again and again and again and again and again. And now we go into the boss fight, and every turn you're getting healed by a whole bunch, and I don't have to do anything.
That's when
Yeah.
the FD steps in and goes, no.
No, dude. I mean, we can also say can only delay one spell at a time.
Or once per target, maybe.
Now here, I gotta go over it. Can only delay when that way if you want to delay multiple things, you need to have multiple delay words. You need to buy it multiple times.
That works.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
There you go. But yeah, it's utility shenanigans stuff. You get what you put in. Change duration. X times 8 motes cost. Choose an effect that has a duration. That effect lasts for X units of measurement longer or shorter. If the effect does not have a duration, it gains a duration of X.
Do we have any single round things?
No, I think we do, like, occasionally.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I honestly, on this one, think we could actually bring this down a little bit to, like...
It started lower. Because this isn't other words, this is an effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, the thing that I'm thinking about when it comes to this and why it's starting at x equals 8 is, for instance, let's say you put heal over time on someone, and like let's say you then cast change duration on them. Like the opponent, you could change their heal over time duration to 0. You could lower it. You can raise your allies' heal over time things.
Okay, I see. It's both ways then.
It's change duration, not increase or decrease. You know.
Yep.
It acts.
Okay.
You choose whether it goes up or goes down.
That's not what I thought it did initially. So, okay, that's different. Never mind.
We can break this up and split it down into other things, but like, you know, in its current version, that's why I'm like, it started lower, and then I realized the things you could do with this.
I would say let's make it 6, even still. And keep it like it is otherwise.
Alright.
This is a method of churning things off, though, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
So, okay, we'll see how that rolls.
Yeah. It
always bring it.
It can do some fucky things to you.
Yes. Permanence.
Yeah, permanence X15. Grants a spell a permanence rating of X. The spell's effects will last until the permanence rating is removed. If attached to a creature, it may make an attempt during a long rest to save against the spell's save SR to attempt to lower the permanence rating by 1. Basically, if you use this to fucking curse someone, they can still roll to lower it.
Yep.
And the burn version doubles the permanence rating you apply.
And otherwise, it lasts forever.
Yep.
Permanence.
I'm good with that.
And then there's Dispel, which has the same cost. It grants the spell a Dispel rating of X, and if the spell targets with an active permanence rating equal or less than its Dispel rating, then the permanence effect is broken. If there is no permanence rating to the spell, destroy the spell should its spell level be equal or less than X. With the burn version doubling the Dispel rating.
Yeah, I'm fine with it the way it is, I think.
I'm good with this, though I think we should move this to the Universal School.
I was going to say the same.
That's fair. I just kind of didn't really have a better version to put it, so I just kind of went like, okay, but what if it just, like, rewinds or sets the duration from infinite to 0? Just to try and finagle it somewhere. But yeah, I'll just move that right now.
Okay, random question. We don't have a counter spell word yet, do we?
Nope.
Do we want to make all the blue players in the universe very happy?
Yeah.
Well, we kind of actually technically already have that now with Dispel, because held action with a Dispel. The moment they try and cast it, you Dispel. Held action interrupt.
I mean, technically true.
I would say that we... First off, I think it should be its own thing. Which is only only usable as a reaction. I've not been fond of the whole idea that you have to hold an action for a counter spell, because that's the whole point. But what we can do is you decide what tier you're putting into it, and if it essentially what I'm thinking is your storyteller tells you that a spell is being cast. You use counter spell. You don't know what spell is being cast. You don't know what tier it's at. So you use counter spell and you put it at, you've got 3 motes, so you put it at tier 3. Well, it was a tier 2, so congrats, you countered it. Otherwise, it would be a matter of the train just went off the rails, but hopefully you guys
we
got
are
the idea
we
of
are
what I'm
rather
thinking.
late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like the way that works, but more or less, it just counterspell just negates at up to X tier amount of the words being used as a reaction. It's
I like
probably
that.
one of the only reaction spells.
Yeah, especially considering most people using magic are going to be expending their motes on purpose because it's a use it or lose it thing.
Yep. So I think that would be a good way to do counterspell, and we might also want to include some sort of in universal as well, some sort of general magic suppression thing that mages do, where they're like, you know what, I'm not winning. I'm not letting you win either. I'm gonna make all your spell casting harder now.
Yeah. But just to quickly move on, because we have one trait left to look at, which is just the damage over time trait. It's called Lingering. X times 2 for cost. Expend version gains X damage over time, cost X times 2 power cap. The burn version goes to X times 3 damage over time, costing X times 4 power cap. So it becomes more power efficient if you burn it. You gain a damage over time for free, effectively.
I like it.
This is also why I said before about the whole joke about, I cast a level 10 Lingering on you. Die. Yep. And as for Entropist, I didn't actually make anything yet, because making thing that's supposed to be Chaos, Wild Magic, and Gamba maxing is kind of not something that I wanted to do before the rest of this was at least in place.
Yeah, let's also save this section specifically for after we got things balanced to a degree.
Which is why I didn't do anything, because I'm looking at this and I'm like, I can't make this without knowing what else is going on.
This is one of those sections that'd be impossible to balance elsewise. But it is one of the more fun ones, to say the least.
Yeah, one of the ones I already had the idea of is basically, like, affecting the entire encounter and saying the next X rolls cannot be modified.
I like that. Another good idea would be to roll on the effects table, apply that effect.
Yeah, it's just like, silly shit like that is exactly the kind of things I want to make for Entropist, but also, like fuck, we can make any of that actually be balanced until we have
everything else is balanced. Yeah. But yeah, those are the two things I think that are really missing from this, and then afterwards can be pushed forward is a counterspell and the whole anti-magic field nonsense, or the disrupt magic idea.
Yeah, which I kind of already snuck in a little bit with the disillusion, disrupting illusions, but it'll come back after the timer ends if it's still active.
Yeah, I think one that's an active one where you can disrupt for X amount of time other people's magic would be fantastic. Yep. Sorry, control player here.
I mean that was going to be in the list anyways. I just hadn't made it yet.
Yep.
But yeah, so congratulations, we made it through the spell list traits that I made. Fuck. God, this took a while.
Yep.
I wasn't even saying the whole going through it, I was just talking about making it. This fucking took me a while.
You did an incredible job.
There's a reason why I said I wasn't even going to touch this section myself, Taldarius. You kept your hands off feet. I looked at magic and went, nope.
Look, I kind of didn't want to, but then it turned into it's not getting done and it needs to. And so I figured I'm going to have to look it over anyway and do a bunch of shit to it anyway in order to check numbers. So I'll fucking do it. But I swear to God, if you try and tell me to work on the fucking martial arts thing, I'm telling you both the fuck off.
I am not.
So, Tal, buddy, old pal, old friend.
Yes,
I'll just be over here in the corner.
So now we just need XP and we're good to go.
Yep, that's about what I thought.
I am thinking that the words are going to be more expensive than an equivalent version in moves, because, well...
Yep.
You know,
I was
moves
thinking
are
about
more
a
set.
surcharge for buy. I was thinking about like one of those surcharge tax things for buying a word slot. Not like scaling, but just like, oh hey, you want a word, pay 10 XP.
I would recommend that we leave range bands the same, though, because we've been doing that across the
Yes,
stage.
yes.
I don't feel a need to do anything else with those at all.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, like, you know, spend 10 XP or whatever, get the word.
Yeah.
Like, the word slot. And then, like, I'll just make, like, the range bands be, like, the tier 1 range is free, so long as you have the word. The tier 2 is 15 XP more expensive, and then 20, because, yeah, it's 10, 15, 20 for the range band. So I was going to make that the same, but, like, that's why I said 10 XP surcharge for even just buying a word slot. I think that will, first of all, just make things more expensive, and second of all, you know,
Make scaling easier.
once you have a damn word, you have it. So,
Yeah.
you can pay 10 XP on it.
I really want this in the next update, so I want to try and make sure that we've got XP costs on things. I might wind up just linking to this document. So probably make sure that you highlight things like Tempest. Well, I'll handle highlighting, actually. I can go through and be like, Tempest, not available, but the rest of this is green.
Yep. So the one thing I will say is, just as a reminder, we do also have another dev session next week.
Yes.
Yes.
That's when I figured we'd go over the XP cost that you put in.
Yeah, which is why I was fine not having it all ready for this, because I'm just like, fuck it, we'll talk about that next week. I could get the base idea greenlit.
No, it was good to get the base idea greenlit. I look forward to seeing the XP costs.
It's going to be expensive.
It's fine. If you're going to invest in Magic, you're investing into Magic, I feel. As I said, I'm going to drop several of Thales' moves, all but one, to gain 169 worth of experience to immediately drop into Magic, and I am willing to drop 3 feats as well. Currently.
Fair enough. Magic is going to be really cool, but also, Jesus Christ, I am... Ooh boy. Also, Blue Bat, yes, correct.
But now we can finally open it up for suggestions, and I know so many people that will totally jump on that, hopefully. I'm talking about you, Irvari, and Key, and others out there. We have a format. Y'all know how to do that stuff. Go.
Yep. Goddamn, though. We have Magic, finally! Yay!
Yes. Fantastic job. Let's go and wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for this DevTales session, as well as an Art Marten stream. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's a wonderful way to help out the channel, though you can also do so by grabbing merch over at zgfgaming.store, commissioning one of the artists that I manage for. Their details are at zgf.art, or, of course, you can also help out by tipping to the channel directly. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.